very auspicious day. It's a great pleasure and great privilege having each one of you here with us. The event will be formally commencing in another few minutes, and may we very humbly request all of you to be kindly seated so that we could proceed with the event without any further ado. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Thank you so much for your understanding. So that we could very humbly request each one of you to be kindly seated, especially all of you who are positioning themselves in the midway in the carpet paths and who are visiting the exhibition stalls. We request each and every one of you to be kindly seated. Thank you so much for understanding, and thank you so much for your cooperation.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed dignitaries, guests, and delegates, a very good morning to you. It is our great honor
Humbly request all to be kindly seated.
भजत अखिल जेत्री मैत्री भजत अवदे पश्यत नवदेव परानपि पश्यत युद्धं त्यजत स्पर्धां त्यजत युद्धं त्यजत स्पर्धां त्यजत त्यजत परेष्वक्रममाक्रमणम् त्यजत परेष्वक्रममाक्रमणम् मैत्रीं भजत अखिल जेते मैत्रीं भजत अखिल जेते.
Thank you. Let's begin the formal inaugural function with a special video presentation showcasing the great Indian space journey and the vision of Kerala Spacepark, KSpace. I requesting each and everyone, dignitaries, guest delegates, please be seated and be comfortable. I requesting once again, each and everyone, please take your seat and be comfortable.
It will be greatly ideal for the video presentation if each one of you could kindly take your seats such that everybody who are seated could get a clear view to the screen. So we very politely, very humbly request each one of you to be kindly seated. Thank you so much for understanding and requesting all your eyes to the digital screen.
Distinguished guests, respected colleagues, and dear audience, A very warm welcome to each and every one of you. Today, we are part of a truly historic occasion, the official launch of Kerala Spacepark or KSpace and the foundation stone laying of the Common Facility Center and R&D buildings. This is more than just an event. It is a milestone, a bold expression of Kerala's commitment to building a knowledge economy and of India's aspiration to be a leader in the global space sector. Friends, space is not only about stars and galaxies, it is about the power of human imagination. It pushes us to think big, work hard, and innovate boldly. KSpace embodies this spirit. It will be a hub for advanced technologies, for collaboration between scientists, entrepreneurs, and academia, and for developing solutions that benefit society. This ambitious initiative is made possible by the visionary leadership of the Government of Kerala and the continued support of our Honorable Chief Minister, to whom we offer our heartfelt gratitude. KSpace is not just infrastructure. It is a symbol of Kerala's innovation and inspiration to the nation, and a shining example of what we can achieve together. The true value of KSpace lies in the opportunities it creates to explore, to invent, to grow, and to take India forward in the space domain. With the assured support from ISRO and the wider scientific community, we are confident of its success. As we inaugurate this great initiative, let us commit ourselves to its vision, to its goals, and to the journey ahead. Let us dream without limits, collaborate with purpose, and work with passion to make KSpace a beacon of progress. Let us make Kerala proud. Let us make India proud. KSpace is our gateway to infinite possibilities. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, CD team, Mr. Karthik, and colleagues for that wonderful creation.
In the infinite canvas of the cosmos, a spark was ignited, a dream that dared to transcend Earth's boundaries. It all began here in Kerala, in the Thumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station, established in 1962, envisioned by the pioneering doctor, Vikram A. Sarabhai. This was where India's journey to the stars took flight. Under the pioneering guidance of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, India's first satellite launch vehicle, SLV-3, took flight, marking the genesis of a legacy. From SLV-3 to ASLV, PSLV, GSLV, GSLV Mk3, SSLV, and NGLV, India's launch vehicles have become the driving force behind the nation's aspirations. The Indian space journey is a story of unwavering ambition, reaching from the moon to the red sands of Mars, venturing to the sun with Aditya L1, and setting sights on the Venus mission. With Gaganyaan and the Bharatiya Antariksh Station on the horizon, India's exploration of the cosmos continues, boundless as the stars above. Kerala's capital Trivandrum houses three key ISRO centres: the Vikram Sarabhai Space Centre, the Liquid Propulsion Systems Centre, and the ISRO Inertial Systems Unit. Together with the Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology and BrahMos Aerospace, they showcase a legacy of innovation and excellence. The space sector is experiencing a major transformation, rapidly evolving into a hub for innovation and business. Industry giants like SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Virgin Galactic are redefining space exploration, propelling the global space economy to unprecedented heights. India is rising to the occasion. The Indian space economy is set to grow from $8.4 billion to $44 billion by 2033 and soar to $100 billion by 2040. Over 250 aerospace startups have emerged as trailblazers, ushering in a new era of collaboration and creativity. This remarkable growth in India's space economy opens up exciting opportunities for regions like Kerala to become central hubs for aerospace innovation and collaboration. To harness this potential, a state-of-the-art aerospace complex is taking shape in Kerala, designed to host research labs, incubation centers, and advanced manufacturing facilities, all under one roof. KSpace envisions Kerala as a global hub for aerospace excellence. With a strategic blueprint, it offers unmatched opportunities for private investors, state-of-the-art infrastructure, and collaborative ventures. Partnering with ISRO, academic institutions, R&D organizations, and industry leaders, KSpace is fostering a thriving ecosystem where ideas are turned into innovations. Currently, 58 aerospace companies in Kerala are supporting its ambitious mission. KSpace, where Kerala's ambitions take flight, where the future is written in the stars. Together, we embark on a journey to the very edge of possibility, charting a course to the heavens. KSpace, partnering frontiers of technology.
And that definitely was a spectacular depiction. Let us put our hands together in appreciation of the efforts put in by the CD team, Mr. Karthik and the colleagues. Thank you so much. Let's take a moment for the seating arrangement. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Check. Hello. Check. Hello.
by the Honorable Minister for Industries, Care and Law, Sri P. Rajiv on this stage. Thank you so much, sir. And we have been informed that the Honorable Chief Minister and the Honorable Minister for Food and Civil Supplies will be joining with us in any minute from now. Until then, let us all wait in patience. Thank you so much once again for your wonderful presence. have informed to join with us shortly. But in the meantime, let us once again give our attention to the special video presentation showcasing the great Indian space journey and the vision of Kerala Spacepark KSpace, in case if anyone have missed to watch that spectacular depiction. So may I once again request all your kind attention to the digital screen, please.
KSpace envisions Kerala as a global hub for aerospace excellence. With a strategic blueprint, it offers unmatched opportunities for private investors, state-of-the-art infrastructure, and collaborative ventures. Partnering with ISRO, academic institutions, R&D organizations, and industry leaders, KSpace is fostering a thriving ecosystem where ideas are turned into innovations. Currently, 58 aerospace companies in Kerala are supporting its ambitious mission. KSpace, where Kerala's ambitions take flight, where the future is written in the stars. Together, we embark on a journey to the very edge of possibility, charting a course to the heavens. KSpace, partnering frontiers of technology.
Distinguished guests, respected colleagues, and dear audience, a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. Today, we are part of a truly historic occasion, the official launch of Kerala Spacepark or KSpace and the foundation stone laying of the Common Facility Center and R&D buildings. This is more than just an event. It is a milestone, a bold expression of Kerala's commitment to building a knowledge economy and of India's aspiration to be a leader in the global space sector. Friends, space is not only about stars and galaxies, it is about the power of human imagination. It pushes us to think big, work hard, and innovate boldly. KSpace embodies this spirit. It will be a hub for advanced technologies, for collaboration between scientists, entrepreneurs, and academia, and for developing solutions that benefit society. This ambitious initiative is made possible by the visionary leadership of the Government of Kerala and the continued support of our Honorable Chief Minister, to whom we offer our heartfelt gratitude. KSpace is not just infrastructure. It is a symbol of Kerala's innovation and inspiration to the nation and a shining example of what we can achieve together. The true value of KSpace lies in the opportunities it creates to explore, to invent, to grow, and to take India forward in the space domain. With the assured support from ISRO and the wider scientific community, we are confident of its success. As we inaugurate this great initiative, let us commit ourselves to its vision, to its goals, and to the journey ahead. Let us dream without limits, collaborate with purpose, and work with passion to make KSpace a beacon of progress. Let us make Kerala proud. Let us make India proud. KSpace is our gateway to infinite possibilities. Thank you and Jai Hind.
We have been informed that the Honorable Chief Minister for Kerala will be joining with us in the next few minutes. And may we very humbly request the Special Secretary for E&ITD, Sri Siram Sambashiva Rao IAS, and Sri G. Levin, the CEO for KSpace, to escort the dignitaries to the stage. Sirs, please. And may we also go ahead and invite the rest of the dignitaries onto this auspicious inaugural event for Kerala Aero Expo 2025.
Sri P. Rajiv, Honorable Minister of Industries, Coir and Law. Advocate G.R. Anil, Honorable Minister of Food and Civil Supplies. Honorable Member of Legislative Assembly, Kerala, Sri V. Shashi. Advocate Adur Prakash, Honorable Member of Parliament. Sri Shaji KV, Chairman. NABARD. Sri S. Padmakumar, IISO, ISRO. Srimati Suma V, President Mangalapuram Grama Panchayat. Sri S. Harikumar, President Andur Konam Grama Panchayat. Srimati Unaisa Ansari, District Panchayat Member. Srimati Pushpa Vijayan, Block Panchayat Member. Srimati Gureisha BV, Ward number 10, Karamud, Mangalapuram Grama Panchayat Member. Srimati Anuja Anish, Ward number 1, Karichira, Andur Konam, Grama Panchayat Member. Sri K. Danesh, Manager, KSpace.
We are absolutely honored by the joining of the imminent presence of our Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala. He is stepping into the venue, and may we very humbly request the rest of the delegates to kindly raise up from our seat as a mark of respect and appreciation for our Honorable Chief Minister and as a mark of hearty welcome.
So we are requesting Dr. Santosh Babu, IAS retired, MD KSITL. Requesting all the dignitaries, guests and officials, please kindly join on dais.
We are deeply honored by the strong presence of our Honorable Chief Minister for Kerala, the Honorable Minister for Food and Civil Supplies, and the Honorable Minister for Industries, Coir and Law, accompanied by the rest of the delegates. Sri Siram Sambashiva Rao IAS, the Special Secretary to the Government of Kerala, Electronics and IT Department, is leading the Kerala Spacepark and is instrumental in enabling this big milestone today. It's a great honor and privilege to invite Sri Siram Sambashiva IAS to welcome the gathering. So please.
Honorable CM, Honorable Minister for Industries, Honorable Minister of Food and Civil Supplies, respected dignitaries, partners from industry, ISRO community, academia, R&D institutions, media representatives, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is indeed a historic day for Kerala. As we gather here for the foundation stone laying ceremony of Kerala Spacepark, KSpace, and the inauguration of Kerala Aero Expo 2025, we are witnessing the dawn of a new era in space, aerospace and defense innovation in our state. This event marks Kerala's firm stride towards becoming a hub for cutting-edge technology, manufacturing, research and entrepreneurship in these critical sectors. At the heart of this foundation-laying ceremony is truly transformative infrastructure, the Common Facility Center and R&D Center coming up at Technocity, Pallipuram, Thiruvananthapuram. This world-class facility will provide vital shared resources for startups, industries and research institutions alike. Alongside, we are conducting Kerala Aero Expo 2025, the state's first ever aerospace and defense expo of this kind. This two-day conclave brings together leaders from industry, R&D and academia for keynote addresses, interactive sessions and startup pitching, a true platform for collaboration and innovation. This function is presided over by Sri P. Rajiv, Honorable Minister for Industries, Law and Coir, who is leading from the front in driving the industrial growth of our state. A hearty welcome to you, sir. I extend a special welcome to our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, whose visionary leadership and commitment to growth and innovation have made KSpace a reality. The idea of creating a dedicated aerospace ecosystem in Kerala was not only conceived but actively pursued under his guidance. Today, that vision begins its physical journey as Honorable CM lays the foundation stone for the new infrastructure. A hearty welcome to you, sir. I am delighted to welcome Advocate G.R. Anil, Honorable Minister for Food and Civil Supplies, who has kindly agreed to inaugurate Kerala Aero Expo 2025, the first ever aerospace and defense expo of its kind in the state. Hearty welcome to you, sir. I am honored to welcome Shri E.S. Padmakumar, Director ISRO Inertial Systems Unit, to this function. Our sincere gratitude to Shri Shaji KV, Chairman NABARD, for extending vital financial assistance for the project. Hearty welcome to you, sir. I also warmly welcome Dr. Santosh Babu IAS, retired, Managing Director of KSITL, whose leadership and technical oversight as project management consultant have ensured the project's progress and timely execution. I also extend a warm welcome to our valued elected representatives from local self-governments, whose involvement has made this project truly participatory and community-rooted. Srimati Suma V, President, Mangalapuram Gram Panchayat; Shri S. Harikumar, President, Andur Konam Gram Panchayat; Srimati Unaisa Ansari, District Panchayat Member; Srimati Pushpa Vijayan, Block Panchayat Member; Srimati Kuraisha BV, Ward Member, Karamood Mangalapuram; Srimati Anuja Anish, Ward Member, Karichara, Andurkanam. A hearty welcome to our industrial partners, ISRO dignitaries, participants from academia, media representatives, delegates, invitees, and officials from various government organizations. Welcome once again to each and every one of you who are present here, and heartfelt thanks to all who supported us in making this initiative a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that hearty welcome. Our beloved Chief Minister of Kerala, Sri Pinarayi Vijayan, is leading the developmental aspirations of Kerala. Kerala Spacepark itself is an idea initiated by him. An idea initiated by few years back is taking shape today.
With deep honor and respect, we request the Honorable Chief Minister to formally inaugurate the function by lighting the ceremonial lamp and unveil the foundation stones of the Common Facilities Center and R&T Center buildings of KSpace. We request all the dignitaries on the dais to join the lighting of the lamp.
സഹോദരീ സഹോദരന്മാരെ, വളരെ സന്തോഷവും ചാരിതാർത്ഥ്യവും നൽകുന്ന ഒരു പരിപാടിയാണിത്. 2021 സർക്കാർ അധികാരത്തിൽ വരുന്നതിന് മുൻപ് ജനങ്ങളുടെ മുന്നിൽ അധികാരം ഏൽപ്പിച്ചാൽ എന്തൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു പ്രകടന പത്രിക ഞങ്ങൾ പുറത്തിറക്കിയിരുന്നു. അതിൽ LDF വാഗ്ദാനം ചെയ്ത ഒരു കാര്യം ഇപ്പോൾ ഇതിലൂടെ നിറവേറ്റപ്പെടുന്നു എന്നതിലാണ് നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ സന്തോഷവും ചാരിതാർത്ഥ്യവുമുള്ളത്. കേരള സ്പേസ് പാർക്ക് യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമാക്കുന്നതിനായുള്ള ആദ്യ ചുവടുവെപ്പാണ് നാം നടത്തുന്നത്. കേരള സ്പേസ് പാർക്കിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായുള്ള കോമൺ ഫെസിലിറ്റി സെൻറ്റർ, റിസർച്ച് ആൻഡ് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് സെൻറ്റർ ഇവയുടെയെല്ലാം ശിലാസ്ഥാപനം കൂടിയാണ് നടക്കുന്നത്. കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ വ്യാവസായിക രംഗത്തിനാകെയും ബഹിരാകാശ ഗവേഷണ രംഗത്തിന് പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും ഊർജം പകരുന്നതാവും ഈ സ്പേസ് പാർക്ക്. ഇതോടൊപ്പം കേരള എയറോ എക്സ്പോ ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്യപ്പെടുകയുമാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ബഹിരാകാശ ഗവേഷണ രംഗത്തിൻ്റെ ചരിത്രം, കൈവരിക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ നേട്ടങ്ങൾ, നാം ഏറ്റെടുക്കേണ്ട ഭാവി പരിപാടികൾ, ഇവയെക്കുറിച്ചെല്ലാം വിശദമായി വ്യക്തമാക്കുന്ന ഒന്നാകും ഈ എയറോ എക്സ്പോ എന്നാണ് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ ഉയർന്നു വരുന്ന നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങളുടെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ തുടർ നടപടികൾ സ്വീകരിക്കാൻ ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടവർ തയ്യാറാവുകയും ചെയ്യും. നമ്മുടെ തിരുവനന്തപുരത്താണ് സ്പേസ് പാർക്ക് സ്ഥാപിക്കപ്പെടുന്നത്. ബഹിരാകാശ രംഗത്ത് വലിയ പാരമ്പര്യം അവകാശപ്പെടാനുള്ള പ്രദേശമാണ് തിരുവനന്തപുരം. 1962 തുമ്പയിലാണ് രാജ്യത്തെ ആദ്യ റോക്കറ്റ് വിക്ഷേപണ കേന്ദ്രം സ്ഥാപിക്കപ്പെട്ടത്. ഇന്ന് ബഹിരാകാശ രംഗത്ത് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന നിരവധി സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾ തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തുണ്ട്. തുമ്പയിലെ വിക്രം സാരാഭായ് സ്പേസ് സെൻറ്റർ, വലിയമലയിലെ ലിക്വിഡ് പ്രൊപ്പൽഷൻ സിസ്റ്റം സെൻറ്റർ, വട്ടിയൂർക്കാവിലെ ഇനേർഷ്യൽ സിസ്റ്റംസ് യൂണിറ്റ്, ഈ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളും ഇന്ത്യൻ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ഓഫ് സ്പേസ് സയൻസ് ആൻഡ് ടെക്നോളജിയും തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുകയാണ്. അതിനു പുറമെ പ്രതിരോധ രംഗത്ത് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന ബ്രഹ്മോസ് എയർ സ്പേസും തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത് തന്നെയാണ്. ബഹിരാകാശ പ്രതിരോധ രംഗത്ത് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന ഇത്രയേറെ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളുള്ള തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത് ഒരു സ്പേസ് പാർക്ക് ഒരുങ്ങുന്നു എന്നത് ശ്രദ്ധേയമാണ്. ഈ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾക്ക് ആവശ്യമായ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾ വ്യാവസായിക അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ ലഭ്യമാക്കുന്നതിനും ബഹിരാകാശ പ്രതിരോധ രംഗത്ത് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന നിക്ഷേപകരെ ആകർഷിക്കുന്നതിനും ഉപകരിക്കുന്ന ഒന്നാകും ഈ സ്പേസ് പാർക്ക്. ഒരു കോമൺ ഫെസിലിറ്റി സെൻറ്ററിൻ്റെയും റിസർച്ച് ആൻഡ് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് സെൻറ്ററിൻ്റെയും ശിലാസ്ഥാപനം നടക്കുന്നു. തിരുവനന്തപുരം പള്ളിപ്പുറത്തെ ടെക്നോസിറ്റി ക്യാമ്പസിലാണ് അവ നിലവിൽ വരിക. ഇതേ മാതൃകയിൽ കോഴിക്കോട്, കൊച്ചി, കണ്ണൂർ ഇവിടങ്ങളിലും സ്പേസ് പാർക്കിൻ്റെ അനുബന്ധ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾ നിലവിൽ വരും. തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന ബഹിരാകാശ ഗവേഷണ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളോട് ചേർന്നും സ്പേസ് പാർക്കിൻ്റെ ഉപകേന്ദ്രങ്ങൾ സ്ഥാപിക്കുന്നതിന് നടപടി സ്വീകരിക്കും. ബഹിരാകാശ ഗവേഷണ രംഗവും അവിടെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന അറിവുകളും പലപ്പോഴും ആ മേഖലയിൽ മാത്രം ഒതുങ്ങി നിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരു പ്രവണത കണ്ടുവരാറുണ്ട്. അത്തരത്തിൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു മേഖലയിൽ മാത്രം അറിവുകൾ പരിമിതപ്പെട്ടു നിൽക്കുന്നത് സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ ആകെയുള്ള പൊതുവായ മുന്നേറ്റത്തിന് ഗുണകരമാവില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അറിവ് പൊതുസമൂഹത്തിനാകെ പ്രാപ്യമാക്കുക എന്നത് പ്രധാനമാണ്. അതിനുതകും വിധം ശാസ്ത്ര സാങ്കേതിക രംഗത്തെ മുന്നേറ്റങ്ങളെ നാടിൻ്റെ പുരോഗതിക്ക് ഉതകും വിധം പ്രയോജനപ്പെടുത്തുക എന്ന ലക്ഷ്യത്തോടെ വിവിധങ്ങളായ ഇടപെടലുകളാണ് നമ്മുടെ സംസ്ഥാനം നടത്തി വരുന്നത്. 1000 കോടി രൂപ മുതൽമുടക്കിൽ സംസ്ഥാനത്താകെ 4 സയൻസ് പാർക്കുകൾ സ്ഥാപിക്കുന്നു. ഡിജിറ്റൽ സയൻസ് പാർക്കിൻ്റെ നിർമ്മാണ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളുടെ ആദ്യഘട്ടം പൂർത്തീകരിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ഇടപെടലുകളുടെ തുടർച്ചയാണ് ബഹിരാകാശ ഗവേഷണ രംഗത്ത് സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാർ KSpace എന്ന പേരിൽ ഇത്തരമൊരു ചുവടുവെപ്പ് നടത്തുന്നത്. ബഹിരാകാശ ഗവേഷണ രംഗത്തും പ്രതിരോധ മേഖലയിലും പുതുതായി കടന്നു വരുന്ന കമ്പനികളെ പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കാനും കാലാകാലങ്ങളായി നിലനിൽക്കുന്ന കമ്പനികളുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് പ്രവർത്തിക്കാനും ഉതകുന്ന വിധത്തിലാകും KSpaceൻ്റെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ ചിട്ടപ്പെടുത്തുന്നത്. സ്പേസ് പാർക്കിനായി 3.5 ഏക്കറിൽ 2 ലക്ഷം ചതുരശ്രടിയുള്ള കെട്ടിടങ്ങളുടെ നിർമ്മാണമാണ് ആദ്യഘട്ടത്തിൽ പൂർത്തിയാക്കുക. ഇതിനായി 244 കോടി രൂപ NABARD മുഖേന ലഭ്യമാക്കും. സ്പേസ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിക്ക് വേണ്ട കോമൺ ഫെസിലിറ്റീസാകും ഇവിടെ പ്രധാനമായും ഉണ്ടാവുക. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ഗവേഷണം പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കുന്നതിനുള്ള സൗകര്യങ്ങളും ഉണ്ടാകും. സ്പേസ് പാർക്കിനോട് ചേർന്ന് മറ്റൊരു 10 ഏക്കറിലായി 250 കോടി രൂപ മുതൽമുടക്കിൽ അഡ്വാൻസ്ഡ് ടെക്നോളജി മാനുഫാക്ചറിംഗ് സെൻ്ററും ഒരുങ്ങുന്നുണ്ട്. ബഹിരാകാശ സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യാ രംഗത്ത് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന ചെറുകിട ഇടത്തരം കമ്പനികളെ പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കുക എന്നതാണ് ഇതിലൂടെ ലക്ഷ്യം വെക്കുന്നത്. ഈ രംഗത്ത് തൊഴിൽ നൈപുണ്യം സിദ്ധിച്ച ഒരു പുതുതലമുറയെ വാർത്തെടുക്കുന്നതിനുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളും ഇതോടൊപ്പം ഉണ്ടാകും. ITIകളിലെയും പോളിടെക്നിക്കുകളിലെയും വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് ഇതുവഴി നൈപുണ്യ പരിശീലനം ലഭ്യമാകും. ഈ രംഗത്തേക്ക് സംരംഭങ്ങളുമായി കടന്നു വരാൻ താൽപ്പര്യമുള്ള പുതുതലമുറ നിക്ഷേപകരെ പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കും. സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് രംഗത്ത് സർക്കാർ നടത്തുന്ന ഇടപെടലുകൾക്കൊപ്പം സ്പേസ് ടെക്നോളജി രംഗത്തെ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പുകളെ പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കുന്ന പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ സ്പേസ് പാർക്ക് മുഖേന ഏറ്റെടുക്കാനാണ് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. സ്പേസ് ടെക്നോളജി രംഗത്ത് ഉയർന്നു വരുന്ന പുതിയ പ്രവണതകൾക്കനുസരിച്ചുള്ള ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾ ലഭ്യമാക്കാൻ ഉതകും വിധമുള്ള കമ്പനികൾക്ക് പ്രോത്സാഹനം നൽകും. നാവിഗേഷൻ, ജിയോ ഇൻഡിക്കേറ്റർ ട്രാക്കിംഗ്, അർബൻ ഡിസൈൻ ആൻഡ് മാപ്പിംഗ് തുടങ്ങിയ മേഖലകളിൽ ഉയർന്നു വരുന്ന സാധ്യതകളുണ്ട്. അത്തരം സാധ്യതകളെ പരമാവധി പ്രയോജനപ്പെടുത്തും. അങ്ങനെ നോക്കിയാൽ സ്പേസ് ടെക്നോളജി രംഗത്തേക്കുള്ള കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ സുപ്രധാന ചുവടുവെപ്പായി KSpace മാറും. അത്തരം പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളിൽ ISRO പോലുള്ള സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളുടെ മികച്ച രീതിയിലുള്ള സഹകരണം ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നുമാണ് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്. വ്യവസായ മുന്നേറ്റങ്ങൾക്ക്, വിശേഷിച്ച് സാങ്കേതികവിദ്യാ വ്യവസായങ്ങളുടെ മുന്നേറ്റത്തിന് വളക്കൂറുള്ള മണ്ണാണ് തിരുവനന്തപുരം. ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ആദ്യത്തെ ടെക്നോ പാർക്ക് സ്ഥാപിക്കപ്പെട്ടത് തിരുവനന്തപുരത്താണ്. അതിലും തുടങ്ങി ഇന്ന് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ആകെ IT കയറ്റുമതിയുടെ മൂല്യം 1,00,000 കോടി രൂപയോടടുക്കുകയാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത് ഒരുങ്ങുന്ന അടിസ്ഥാന സൗകര്യങ്ങൾ വ്യവസായങ്ങൾക്ക് കൂടുതൽ പിന്തുണ നൽകുന്ന ഒന്നായി മാറുക തന്നെ ചെയ്യും. വിഴിഞ്ഞം തുറമുഖം, ദേശീയപാത, തിരുവനന്തപുരം റിംഗ് റോഡ്, ഡിജിറ്റൽ സയൻസ് പാർക്ക്, ഡിജിറ്റൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി, ഇതെല്ലാം ആ നിലക്കുള്ള ഇടപെടലുകളാണ്. അവയിൽ ഊന്നി നിന്നുകൊണ്ട് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ആകെ മുന്നേറ്റത്തിന് സംഭാവന നൽകാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഒന്നാകും ഈ സ്പേസ് പാർക്ക് എന്നാണ് നാം കാണേണ്ടത്. കോമൺ ഫെസിലിറ്റി സെൻറ്ററിൻ്റെയും റിസർച്ച് ആൻഡ് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് സെൻറ്ററിൻ്റെയും ശിലാസ്ഥാപനം നിർവഹിക്കുന്നതോടൊപ്പം എയറോ എക്സ്പോയുടെ ഉദ്ഘാടനവും സന്തോഷപൂർവ്വം നിർവഹിച്ചതായി അറിയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എൻ്റെ സ്നേഹാഭിവാദനം.
Thank you, sir, for that inspiring address. Requesting Honorable Chief Minister to unveil the foundation stone. Thank you, sir. We shall proceed with the MOU exchanges before the honorable dignitaries. Hereby requesting Mr. Levin, CEO KSpace, to kindly initiate the exchange. Requesting Professor Dibangar Banerjee, Director, IIST and CEO KSpace. Sri E.S. Padmakumar, Director, IISU and CEO KSpace. Thank you, sir. Requesting Sri E.S. Padmakumar, Director, IISC and CEO KSpace. Requesting to join Sri M. Mohan, Director, LPSC and KSpace. Thank you, sir. Sri Professor Dr. K.S. Anil Kumar, Registrar, Kerala University and CEO KSpace. Requesting to join on dais, Sri Ganesh Naik K, Director, STPI, Trivandrum and CEO, KSpace.
Thank you so much. With that, let's start a new chapter in the industrial collaboration. We announce the formal consortium agreements enabled by the KSpace. May we humbly request the presence of Anand Technologies Private Limited, Winvish Technologies Limited, Aero Precision. Once again, let's repeat, requesting presence of the dignitaries from Anand Technologies Private Limited, Winwish Technologies Limited, and the Aero Precision. To highlight, the next formal consortium agreement enabled by the KSpace, may we very humbly invite onto the dais the dignitaries from Techloc Technologies Limited, Oka Bazu Metal Technologies Private Limited, Rayan Aerospace Private Limited. On the stage, we are marking the formal consortium agreement enabled by the KSpace with Techloc Technologies Limited, Okabazu Metal Technologies Private Limited, and Rayan Aerospace Private Limited. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. May we humbly request all the dignitaries to kindly take back the seats. Due to his hectic schedule, our Honorable Chief Minister is parting ways with us for the time being, and we would love to express our deep-hearted gratitude for your imminent and distinguished presence with us on this inaugural ceremony of the Aero Expo 2025.
Sri P. Rajiv, the Honorable Minister of Industries, Coir and Law, is leading the amazing industrial growth of the state with novel schemes and programs. Kerala Industrial Policy, Invest Kerala, Meet, etc. Let's welcome the Honorable Minister for his presidential address.
യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ദീർഘകാലത്തെ ഒരു കാത്തിരിപ്പിൻ്റെ സാക്ഷാത്കാരമാണ് ഇന്ന് ഇവിടെ തുടക്കം കുറിക്കുന്നത്. നേരത്തെ ബഹുമാനായ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി വ്യക്തമാക്കിയതുപോലെ തുമ്പയിൽ ISRO തുടങ്ങി 63 നവംബർ 21 ഫസ്റ്റ് റോക്കറ്റ് ഇവിടുന്ന് പോയി. ഒരു വിദ്യാർത്ഥിയുടെ കൗതുകത്തോടു കൂടി എങ്ങനെയാണ് അന്ന് കേരളം അതിനെ കണ്ടതെന്ന് ഞാൻ നിയമസഭാ രേഖകളിലൂടെ നോക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. അതിൽ കൗതുകകരമായൊരു ചോദ്യം ഞാനിവിടെ വായിക്കാം. അന്ന് ഈ തുമ്പ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് അടുത്ത സ്റ്റേജ് നേരെ ബാംഗ്ലൂർ ശ്രീഹരിക്കോട്ടയിൽ പോകുന്ന ഘട്ടത്തിലാണ്. ആ ചോദ്യം തുമ്പ റോക്കറ്റ് സ്റ്റേഷൻ വികസനം, തുമ്പ റോക്കറ്റ് സ്റ്റേഷൻ്റെ വികസനത്തിനോടനുബന്ധിച്ച് ആരംഭിക്കുന്ന സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾ കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് മാറ്റി സ്ഥാപിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നു എന്നത് ശരിയാണോ? ഉത്തരം ശരിയല്ല എന്നാണ് എന്നാൽ ബാംഗ്ലൂർ പുതിയൊരു ലാബറട്ടറി ആരംഭിക്കാനായി ആലോചനയുള്ളതായി ഗവൺമെൻറ് ശ്രദ്ധയിൽപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അന്നത്തെ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി. ചോദ്യകർത്താക്കൾ ഇവരാണ്: 1 VS അച്യുതാനന്ദൻ, 2 E ബാലാനന്ദൻ, 3 പിണറായി വിജയൻ. 1972 അന്ന് ചോദ്യം ചോദിച്ച ആളാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ അന്നത്തെ കാലം മുതലുള്ള കാത്തിരിപ്പിൻ്റെ സാക്ഷാത്കാരത്തിൻ്റെ കല്ലിട്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അന്നത്തെ 2 ചോദ്യങ്ങളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഒന്ന് അതിനുശേഷം 71 ശ്രീ P. നീലകണ്ഠൻ ഒരു ചോദ്യം ചോദിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ ചോദ്യം ഇവിടെ തുമ്പ റോക്കറ്റ് കേന്ദ്രം തുടങ്ങിയല്ലോ, അതിനോടനുബന്ധിച്ച് whether any plans to establish any public sector unit in space sector in തിരുവനന്തപുരം. അതിൽ അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ഉത്തരം, അങ്ങനെ പബ്ലിക് സെക്ടർ അല്ലെങ്കിലും തൊഴിൽ രഹിതരായ എഞ്ചിനീയർമാർക്ക് ഒരു സ്മോൾ സ്കെയിൽ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി തുടങ്ങാൻ അവസരം നൽകാൻ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ആലോചിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. 9 പേരുടെ അപേക്ഷ കിട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. 1971 ഏപ്രിൽ അന്നത്തെ വ്യവസായ മന്ത്രി NE ബലറാം. 1972 കെ പങ്കജാക്ഷൻ്റെ ചോദ്യമുണ്ട്. അത് ഇതിനോടനുബന്ധിച്ച് ഉപവ്യവസായ കേന്ദ്രം, ഇപ്പം മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയുടെ പ്രസംഗത്തിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഉപവ്യവസായ കേന്ദ്രങ്ങൾ ഇതിൻ്റെ KSpaceന് തുടങ്ങും എന്ന് അദ്ദേഹം പ്രസംഗിച്ചപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ. അപ്പോൾ അതിനുള്ള മറുപടി ആ ചർച്ചകൾ കേന്ദ്രവുമായി നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഈ സ്പേസ് പാർക്കാണ് അന്ന് മനസ്സിൽ പറയുന്നത്. തീരുമാനം വേഗത്തിൽ എടുക്കുന്നതാണ്. ആ വേഗമാണ് ഇന്ന് തീരുന്നത്. 72 മാർച്ച് 2 അതിൽ കൗതുകകരമായ കാര്യം, ഇപ്പോൾ നിയമസഭയിൽ നോക്കി തുമ്പാന്നടിച്ചാൽ കിട്ടും. സെർച്ച് എഞ്ചിൻ വളരെ കാര്യക്ഷമമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ ബഹുമാനായ നമ്മുടെ നെടുമങ്ങാട് MLA കൂടിയായ മന്ത്രി ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് അന്ന് നിയമസഭയിൽ ശ്രീ KG കുഞ്ഞികൃഷ്ണപിള്ള, നെടുമങ്ങാട് തന്നെയാണ്, പല മണ്ഡലങ്ങളും പേര് മാറിയെങ്കിലും നെടുമങ്ങാടായി തുടരുകയാണ്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രൈവറ്റ് റെസൊല്യൂഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അത് തുമ്പയിൽ തന്നെ ഈ കേന്ദ്രം, അന്ന് ശ്രീഹരിക്കോട്ട മൈസൂരിൽ വന്നിട്ടില്ല, ഇതെല്ലാം ഇവിടെ തന്നെ തുടങ്ങാനാണ് ഉദ്ദേശിച്ചിരുന്നത്. അത് ഇവിടെ തന്നെ അതിൻ്റെ വികസനം വേണം, ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് കൊണ്ടുപോകരുത് എന്നുള്ള പ്രമേയം നിയമസഭയിൽ അവതരിപ്പിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. സാധാരണ പ്രൈവറ്റ് റെസൊല്യൂഷൻസ് എല്ലാം ചർച്ച ചെയ്ത് കോൺസെപ്റ്റ് അഡോപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യലാണെങ്കിൽ ഇദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ഈ പ്രമേയം യുനാനിമസ്ലി നിയമസഭ അംഗീകരിച്ചു. അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകതയുണ്ട്, 18 വയസ്സിന് ഉള്ളവർക്ക് വോട്ടവകാശം വേണമെന്നുള്ള പ്രമേയവും ഇദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെയാണ് ആദ്യമായി നിയമസഭ ചർച്ച ചെയ്ത് അംഗീകരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ അന്ന് ചർച്ച ചെയ്തതിന് ശേഷം പിന്നെ ഞാൻ നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ സെർച്ച് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ തുമ്പ പിന്നെ നിയമസഭയിലെ ചോദ്യങ്ങളിലൊന്നും 72 ശേഷം തുമ്പ വന്നിട്ടില്ല. അപ്പോൾ സ്പേസിൽ നമുക്ക് വലിയ സാധ്യത യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിരുന്നില്ല. 72 ഈ ആദ്യത്തെ ചോദ്യത്തിന് NE ബലറാം വ്യവസായ മന്ത്രിയായിരുന്നു. പിന്നത്തെ ചോദ്യത്തിന് ശ്രീ TV തോമസാണ് 72 മറുപടി നൽകുന്നത്. അത് കെ പങ്കജാക്ഷൻ്റെ ചോദ്യമായിരുന്നു. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഇവിടെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചതുപോലെ 73 ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ആദ്യത്തെ പബ്ലിക് സെക്ടർ ഇലക്ട്രോണിക്സ് കമ്പനി കെൽട്രോൺ തുടങ്ങുന്നത്. നമുക്ക് മൊമെൻറ്റം കീപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ 1300 കോടി മൊത്തം ഗ്രൂപ്പിൻ്റെ ടേൺ ഓവറിലേക്ക് വളർന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമുക്ക് അതിൻ്റെ വേഗതയിൽ പോകാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞില്ല. 1990 ഫസ്റ്റ് ടെക്നോ പാർക്ക് വന്നു, നമുക്ക് ആ വേഗത കീപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. 62 മുംബൈയിൽ സ്ഥാപനം വന്നു, 63 റോക്കറ്റ് പോയെങ്കിലും അത് നമുക്ക് കീപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ അതിനുള്ള ഒരു പരിഹാരമാണ് കഴിഞ്ഞ 9 വർഷത്തെ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത, ഈ വാക്വം ഫില്ല് ചെയ്യലാണ്. നേരത്തെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന സൃഷ്ടിക്കപ്പെട്ട വാക്വം ഫില്ല് ചെയ്ത് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകലാണ് ഈ 9 വർഷത്തെ ഭരണത്തിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും ഒരു സിഗ്നിഫിക്കൻറ്റ് കോൺട്രിബ്യൂഷൻ ടു കേരള മോഡൽ ഓഫ് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ്. അതിൽ ഈ KSpaceൻ്റെ പ്രത്യേകത ഞാൻ ദീർഘമായി സംസാരിക്കുന്നില്ല. അതിപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിൽ അതിനുശേഷം ഒരു വ്യവസായം വന്നില്ല എന്ന് കാണരുത്. ഞാനിപ്പോൾ നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ 17 വ്യവസായങ്ങൾ സ്പേസിൻ്റെ നിലവിൽ കിൻഫ്ര പാർക്കിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. 17 ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസ്, 150 MSMEs സ്പേസിൽ ആൻഡ് ഡിഫൻസ് കേരളത്തിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. 4 ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസ് വേളിയിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്ത തോന്നയ്ക്കൽ പാർക്കിൽ കിൻഫ്രയുടെ അവിടെ അലോട്ട്മെൻറ്റിൽ ഞാൻ നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ 4 സ്പേസാണ്, 2 വനിതാ വുമൺ ഓൺട്രപ്രനേഴ്സ് കൂടിയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ പാർക്കുകളിൽ തന്നെ ഏകദേശം 25 ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നു. 150 MSME സ്പേസ് സെക്ടറിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിലുണ്ട്. സെവറൽ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം ഇയോൺ മസ്കിൻ്റെതിൽ ഇവിടെ നിന്നാണല്ലോ ഒരു സാറ്റലൈറ്റ് തന്നെ നമുക്ക് കൊടുക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ അത്രയും വളർച്ച പ്രൈവറ്റ് രംഗത്തുണ്ടാകുന്നു. പക്ഷേ ഇതിൻ്റെ സിഗ്നിഫിക്കൻറ്റ് ഫീച്ചർ എന്താണ്? ഞാൻ കാണുന്നത് ഇപ്പോൾ വളരെ പ്രശസ്തനായ ആക്സറിൻ്റെ സ്റ്റാൻഷിയുടെ കോൺസെപ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട്, സ്മൈൽ കർവ്. ദാറ്റ് ഈ സ്മൈൽ കർവിൽ കേരളം ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ലെഫ്റ്റ് ആൻഡ് റൈറ്റ് സൈഡാണ്. That is more value addition. This side, concept and R&D, then design, then this അതിൻ്റെ മറ്റ് ബ്രാൻഡിങ്. താഴെ ഇങ്ങനെയാണ് കർവ്, സ്മൈൽ കർവ്, സ്റ്റാൻഷീഡ്. അത് രഘുറാം രാജൻ്റെ പുതിയ പുസ്തകത്തിൽ അത് വിശദീകരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. താഴെ മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ്, ദെൻ ഡിസ്ട്രിബ്യൂഷൻ, മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ് ആൻഡ് സർവീസ് ആഫ്റ്റർ സെയിൽസ്. ഈ 2 സൈഡിലും ലെഫ്റ്റ് ആൻഡ് റൈറ്റ് ഈസ് മോർ വാല്യൂ ആഡഡ്. അവിടെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ ആളുകൾ ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്നത്. മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് ആക്ച്വലി അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് എക്കണോമിസ്റ്റിൻ്റെ ഈ ജൂൺ 12 ഒരു ലീഡറിൻ്റെ തലക്കെട്ടിന് വേൾഡ് മസ്റ്റ് എസ്കേപ്പ് ഫ്രം മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് ഡിലൂഷൻ. അതാണ് എക്കണോമിസ്റ്റ് വാരികയുടെ കഴിഞ്ഞ 12 ലീഡറിൻ്റെ തലക്കെട്ടിന് മസ്റ്റ് എസ്കേപ്പ് ഫ്രം മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് ഡിലൂഷൻ. കാരണം മാനുഫാക്ചർ കേരളം പോലെ ഈ 2 ഭാഗമാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ നമ്മൾ വരുന്നു, R&D വരുന്നു, CFC വരുന്നു, ഡിസൈൻ വരുന്നു, ഇപ്പുറത്ത് അതിൻ്റെ ആഫ്റ്റർ സെയിൽസ്, ഓരോന്നിനും. അപ്പോൾ ഈ 2 ഭാഗങ്ങളിലാണ് നമ്മുടെ വർക്ക് ഫോഴ്സ് ഉള്ളത്, ടാലൻറ്റഡ് വർക്ക് ഫോഴ്സ്. അതാണ് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ സ്ട്രെങ്ത്, റെഡിലി അവൈലബിൾ ടാലൻറ്റ് പൂൾ. ആ ടാലൻറ്റ് പൂളിൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നതും നല്ല ശമ്പളം കിട്ടുന്നതും ഈ 2 സൈഡിലായിരിക്കും. മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് സൈഡ് ഇപ്പോൾ എവിടെ നിന്ന് എങ്ങോട്ടും കൊണ്ടുപോകാം. നിങ്ങൾ ഓർക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ, നവോമിക്കലിൻ്റെ നോ ലോക എന്ന പുസ്തകത്തിൽ ഫിലിപ്പീൻസിലെ സ്ത്രീകളിരുന്ന് ഇങ്ങനെ അസംബിൾ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അത് വലിയൊരു കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറാണ്, പക്ഷെ അവർ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഒരിക്കലും കീബോർഡിൽ കൈവച്ചിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷേ ആ ഭാഗം അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ ഈ 2 ഭാഗങ്ങളിലാണ്, അതിലാണ് കേരളം ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഇതുവരെ നമുക്ക് ഈ സ്പേസിൽ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൊക്കെ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിലും നമ്മുടെ പ്രത്യേകത ഈ ഭാഗത്താണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇവിടുത്തെ റിസർച്ച്, R&D, അതുപോലെ CFC ഈ സംവിധാനങ്ങൾ വരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ അക്കാഡമിയിൽ കൂടുതൽ പണം മുടക്കണം. ഞാൻ ശ്രദ്ധേയമായി ഒന്നും ഇപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ ഈ മേഖലയിൽ ഉള്ളവരായതുകൊണ്ട് പറയാം, ഈ രഘുറാം രാജൻ്റെ പുസ്തകത്തിൽ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്, ഗുജറാത്തിൽ മൈക്രോ കമ്പനിക്ക് 70% ഇൻസെൻറ്റീവാണ്. 50 ഫ്രം സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ്, 20 ഫ്രം സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഗവൺമെൻറ്. 16,500 ആണ്. ഇന്ത്യയിൽ മൊത്തം ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ്റെ എക്സ്പെൻഡിച്ചർ 43,000 ആണ്. അതിൻ്റെ 1/3 ഒറ്റ കമ്പനി 5,000 തൊഴിലാണ് സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നത്. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് 3.2 crore എക്സ്പെൻഡിച്ചർ ടു ക്രിയേറ്റ് എ സിംഗിൾ എംപ്ലോയ്മെൻറ്റ്. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഇത് ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷനിൽ നന്നായി ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്താൽ, നല്ല ടാലൻറ്റ് ഉണ്ടായാൽ, നോ നീഡ് ഓഫ് എനി ഇൻസെൻറ്റീവ്സ്. ഇൻവെസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് വിൽ കം ടു ദ പ്ലേസ് വേർ ദ ടാലൻറ്റ് ഈസ് അവൈലബിൾ. ഈ ടാലൻറ്റ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനാണ് കേരളം, അതിനൊന്ന് അപ്സ്കിൽ ചെയ്യാനും ശക്തിപ്പെടുത്താനുമാണ് കേരളം ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത്. അതിൽ നമ്മുടെ 22 പ്രയോറിറ്റി സെക്ടർ, ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയുടെ പ്രയോറിറ്റി സെക്ടറിൽ സ്പേസ് ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പ്രയോറിറ്റി സെക്ടറാണ്. നിരവധി വ്യവസായങ്ങൾ ഇപ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഇവിടെ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നു. അതിനെ കുറേ കൂടി ശക്തിപ്പെടുത്താൻ, മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ ഈ സംവിധാനം സഹായകരമായിരിക്കും എന്ന് പ്രതീക്ഷിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ വ്യവസായ മുന്നേറ്റത്തിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു ചരിത്രഘട്ടമായി ഇത് മാറും എന്ന പ്രതീക്ഷയോടുകൂടി എല്ലാവിധ ആശംസകളും അർപ്പിച്ച് വാക്കുകൾ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്നു. എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you so much, sir, for that eye-opening speech. And now, the Honorable Minister for Food and Civil Supplies, Advocate G.R. Anil, is also our beloved member of Legislative Assembly representing the Nedimangat seat. He is taking key initiative in the development of the constituency and extended great support to initiate the Kerala Spacepark in Technocity, Pallipuram. With great honor and privilege, we request the Honorable Minister to inaugurate the first edition of Kerala Aero Expo 2025 and address the gathering.
യോഗാധ്യക്ഷൻ പ്രിയങ്കരനായ വ്യവസായ മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ പി രാജീവ്, വേദിയിൽ ഉദ്ഘാടനം നിർവഹിച്ച് കടന്നുപോയ ബഹുമാന്യനായ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി, വേദിയിലുള്ള നബാർഡിൻ്റെ ചെയർമാൻ ശ്രീ കെ വി ഷാജി, ശ്രീ എസ് പത്മകുമാർ, ഗ്രാമപഞ്ചായത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രസിഡന്റ് ശ്രീ ഹരികുമാർ ഉൾപ്പെടെ ജനപ്രതിനിധികൾ, വേദിയിലും സദസ്സിലുമുള്ള ബഹുമാന്യരെ, സ്നേഹിതരെ, ഞാനൊരു ദീർഘമായ വർത്തമാനത്തിലേക്കൊന്നും കടക്കുന്നില്ല. വളരെ അഭിമാനകരമായ ഒരു മുഹൂർത്തത്തിനാണ് നമ്മളെല്ലാം സാക്ഷ്യം വഹിക്കുന്നത്. മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി സൂചിപ്പിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി, കഴിഞ്ഞ തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് വേളയിൽ LDF ജനങ്ങളോട് പറഞ്ഞ വാഗ്ദാനം, അതിലൊരു വാഗ്ദാനം കൂടി യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമായ അനുഭവം അദ്ദേഹം സൂചിപ്പിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. വ്യവസായ മന്ത്രി പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ നമ്മുടെ സംസ്ഥാനം ഒരു ഇടവേളയ്ക്ക് ശേഷം നമ്മുടെ ഇടപെടലിൻ്റെ ഫലമായി കേരളത്തിൽ സംരംഭകരെ കൂടുതൽ ആകർഷിക്കാനും കൂടുതൽ സംരംഭകരുടെ മുൻകൈയിലുള്ള യൂണിറ്റുകൾ ആരംഭിക്കാനും ചെറുതും വലുതുമായിട്ടുള്ള പല മേഖലയിലെ വ്യവസായങ്ങൾ ആരംഭിക്കാനും എല്ലാം കഴിഞ്ഞ ഒരു കാലഘട്ടമാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇവിടെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചല്ലോ, 62-ന് ശേഷം ദീർഘവർഷത്തെ നമ്മുടെ പ്രതീക്ഷയും ആഗ്രഹവുമാണ് സ്പേസ് രംഗത്തേക്കുള്ള നമ്മുടെ ചുവടുവയ്പ്പിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ഇവിടെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചത്. ആ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാ പിന്തുണയും എല്ലാ ആശംസയും നേരാൻ ഞാൻ ഈ അവസരം വിനിയോഗിക്കുകയാണ്. അതോടൊപ്പം ഇതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട എക്സിബിഷൻ വളരെയേറെ സന്തോഷത്തോടു കൂടി ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്ത് അറിയിച്ച് എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you, sir.
And thus, we are marking a historical moment, thereby inaugurating the first edition of Kerala Aero Expo 2025. Thank you so much. We would love to mark our deep and heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Minister for Industries, Khair and Law, Sri P. Rajiv Sir, as well as our Honorable Minister for Food and Civil Supplies, Advocate G.R. Anil, for their valuable presence with us here today.
Sri G. Levin, as the Chief Executive Officer, is shaping the mission of Kerala Spacepark. It is our honor and privilege to request Sri Levin to present a brief report of KSpace. Sir, please.
Good morning or good afternoon. Honorable Chief Minister, Industry Minister Mr. Rajiv, Food and Civil Supplies Minister J.R. Anil, other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, dear friends, industry partners, delegates, government officials, and all those present here who enabled this program to be a grand success to start with. I will just make a short presentation about the report of the Kerala Spacepark. First of all, let me salute the vision initiated by the visionary leaders, starting with the Honorable CM himself and the administrative team at that time, including Mr. Shivashankar. Then we had Jaishankar Prasad, Professor Santosh Kurup, and Vishwas Sinha, IAS, who initiated or ideated the idea of Kerala Spacepark, which is getting materialized as of now. I also have to acknowledge why I am here to take up this particular responsibility. Mr. M.C. Dattan, my own guru and mentor in ISRO times. Then we have Dr. K.M. Abraham and Dr. Somnath, who was behind me to motivate me and keep me on the job, focused on my mission. That is the beginning, and the Kerala Spacepark was formed as per a government order on 29th December 2022, and we got the institution registered on 29th March 2023. I also want to acknowledge the contribution I got from Mr. Suraj, who was the only support during this period of initial inception of the institution. We set up the temporary office at LIC Pattam campus, thanks to, again, the Kerala IT Infrastructure Limited, led by Dr. Santosh Babu. And about Dr. Santosh Babu, I think he is one person who has really forced me to continue at critical moments. He has given me the accommodation and the moral support to sustain the effort during that initial challenging time. We are at present, me plus 9 staff, all of them are on duty here. All are very young and vibrant and enthusiastic about the project. I normally say nothing to them, and they know very well what to be done, and they are at their toes to take care of the responsibilities. We have launched our website, which can be visited, kspacekerala.gov.in, which is loaded with many features, including the networking of industries around here. We have, as of now, 58 aerospace industries operating here in Trivandrum and within Kerala, directly connected through us through a affiliation. We have initiated the market research data fed to the institutions, helping them to see the opportunities in the segment. Weekly, we are updating on Wednesdays. We have also put in place a place for the resource persons having vast experience in the aerospace segment. Those who are retired with abundant experience and expertise from the ISRO community and other segments. We have the MOUs going on. I think we have done mostly all the DOS and ISRO community. We started off with VSSC, LPSC, and IASU we did today. IAST we again did today. And InSpace and NSIL is going to happen very shortly. We are also connecting with the institutions which can be of great support for this idea. We are connecting with the academic institutions, started with DUK, and IAST has already happened. The Kerala University has done, and the IIT Pravartak is going to happen shortly, and SIDAC also is in the final shape, and many more understandings and agreements are going to happen. We are connected to 11 aerospace or the academic institution as of now. And the numbers are likely to grow further. We have initiated the job seeker portal, which is connecting the skill set to the industry. Upcoming additions will be the vendor directory and advertisement options, which are going to load the website. I am seeking the suggestions towards improving the ecosystem further. We are supported in creating a ERP system customized for our operations. I should say all the operations of Kerala Spacepark as on today are working on ERP developed by IC Force. Our social media handle is connected with the ICT Academy of Kerala. ASAP Kerala is another institution with which we are having the MOU and collaboration. It is a great journey. and CDIT, how they have helped us in today's program in a very wonderful way, thanks to my friend Jairaj and Karthik and team. It is a wonderful way of collaboration and connectivity with the associations. The Common Facility Center and RDC facility, or the Rural Infrastructure Facility, it is almost fully supported by NABARD, with that more special financial support what the CM has mentioned some time back. In the days to come, our connectivity will be further strengthened. DUK, another institution which is going to help us in developing the connectivity and the advanced domains of electronics and research. We have several projects lined up. The 13.5 acres which is getting acquired near the LPSC IST campus, which will house the liquid propulsion systems related industries, the innovation to product development center, as well as the drone research center. We have the plan to have the 60 acres at Valley to be acquired for the proposed aerospace complex, which will house the aerospace control systems, the inertial guidance and control systems complex, and the aerospace avionics systems and the common facilities center. And the support is given by Dr. K.M. Abraham, the KIFBI CEO. And this particular project, it is going to be further supported in developing the common facilities by InSpace. By supporting almost 100 crore for the project, we are going to submit a formal DPR to InSpace soon. We have a plan to develop a aerospace composite center in a 25 acres of land at Thonakil. Another upcoming possibilities regarding the aerospace complex at Kochi and Kozhikode, what CM had announced. We have the plan to have an integrated defense industrial park, which is going to connect with the BrahMos Aerospace and the defense establishments within Kerala as of now, and they take the vast opportunities in the defense sector. So that is we are having many ambitious program lined up. And to conclude, I will just quote. A few days back, Honorable CM took a review of the high priority projects. And he made a comment at the end. Kerala Spacepark, നമ്മൾ വിചാരിച്ചതിലേക്കാളും മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്നുണ്ട് അല്ലേ? I think it is a great appreciation and honor for us. I prize that as a precious way of appreciation for us. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir. And with that, the construction of CFC and RDC buildings is enabled by the NABARD, and Chairman NABARD, Sri K.V. Shachi, has taken keen interest in sanctioning the project funding. We sincerely thank you, sir, for that great gesture and request you to offer your special address to the gathering.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you for inviting me. Since time is already, we have exceeded the time allotted. My interventions will be lesser. First of all, let me congratulate the government and the concerned entities for innovating on this novel concept. And NABARD is actually proud to associate with this project. We are the sole funders of this project. In fact, when this proposal came to us, we were thinking of how to fit in. Then we found that the rural industrial parks are eligible under NABARD funding, and this is classified as a rural industrial park. Of course, the concentration is on space. On that count, NABARD and space is an unusual combination. We were thinking, why NABARD here? NABARD, of course, the last three stands for agriculture and rural development. And we believe that if some disruptive interventions need to be there in this space, that is rural sector, some entity of the government should be there to direct those interventions to the, otherwise this sector will be bypassed. And that is where consciously NABARD felt that we should be there in the innovation space, and wherever possible, the spin-off benefits of those innovations, be it space or any of these startup ideas and such other things, should be directed towards this sector. Otherwise, there's a disruptive innovation and the growth which we want in the rural sector. India as a country is developing fast, but we need to take all sectors of the country and also of the economy to be together. Otherwise, there will be a huge divide between these sectors and there will be inequity. And NABARD is actually focusing on smoothing the inequity of development. So far, in the innovation space, NABARD has undertaken a lot of activities. When I talk about Kerala, I can tell about the Rural Incubation Center, which have recently set up in the Agricultural University in the Vellani campus here. We have given a grant assistance of 15 crores for innovations in rural space. And apart from that, on the infrastructure, rural infrastructure space, we have so far assisted around 60 projects amounting to roughly around 17,000 crores. That will actually translate to bridging the rural-urban divide. Kerala, the situation of rural areas is slightly different. So when we talk about Kerala from the national perspective, NABARD will have a nuanced approach, and that is where such interventions are coming. All over India, we are associating with IITs and IIMs for incubation centers. So far, around 9 incubation centers have been set up, and they are easily doing well. The best of them is in our neighboring state, that is in Tamil Nadu, in Madurai, where Madurai Agribusiness Incubation Forum has incubated close to around 100 startups. I understand that in the space sector, there need to be more patient capital to be provided. And if any of the startups associated with this, whether they can, if they can demonstrate any application in the rural and agriculture sector, NABARD will be happy to associate in terms of giving venture capital assistance as well. We have a venture capital arm, NAB Ventures, which has so far incubated close to around 25 startup companies. One such startup company is having satellite-based solutions for agriculture, insurance, and such other aspects. So there also we are active in that space. So now the self-sufficiency is one of the important agenda of Government of India, and that is where the NABARD also comes in, because recent geopolitical issues, you all know, that has given an impetus for every country to become self-sufficient in as many sectors as possible, particularly in space, satellite, and strategic sector. In that count, I think Kerala has given a foresight in creating a technology corridor here. We are also associating with ISRO since last more than 20 years. We use their geospatial technologies for monitoring our projects. We have a Bhuvan portal where geotagging of our projects are being done, and using satellite imageries and all, we actually monitor our projects. And with Kerala government, we have done the Kadir app for registration of the farmers. Already around 11 lakh. I was told that around 11 lakh farmers have been registered. Recently, along with Government of India, at the instance of Government of India, we have launched an Agri-Sure Fund, that is Agri-Fund for startups and rural enterprises. That is a 750 crore fund. 1/3 is coming from Government of India, 1/3 is from NABARD, and 1/3 we are raising from the market. And for your information, NABARD in the rural space is a major, intervening in a major way. We are the largest issuers of the corporate bonds in the country. We raise these bonds for focusing on the rural sector. Recently, we have come out with a sustainability bond. And in the green space, we are planning to have a green bond as well, the issuance of a green bond. Maybe in another 6 months, we will be coming out of that. You might have heard about the sovereign bond issuance by the Government of India. And we are also active in the climate space, where net zero ambition of the government by 2070, we need to be compliant with the net zero ambitions. Their agriculture and rural sector, which is close to around 1/5 of the greenhouse gas emissions, there are a lot of applications of space in those sectors as well. So we will be happy to associate in whichever way we can by tweaking our policies, suiting the need, and I wish whatever dreams we have now unveiled here, it has to come to a reality. In fact, we have sanctioned this project almost 2 years back. We need to take off as fast as possible. I understand that KSTL is now doing monitoring on a day-to-day basis to make this dream a reality. I wish KSpace all the success, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. At KSpace, we are indebted to you for the support and look forward for more. And the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, is the pride and prestige of every Indian. Kerala is blessed with the initiation of the Indian space journey from TERLS, the Tumpa, and is home to the prestigious centers of VSSC, LPSC, IISU, and IIST. Chairman ISRO is not able to join the program as he is now busy with Ashyo 4 mission, taking the second Indian to the space. We are happy to welcome Shri E.S. Padmakumar, the Honorable Director for ISRO, the Inertial Systems Unit, representing ISRO community, to give his special address.
Very good morning, or rather good afternoon now. All the stakeholders out there, I can see that for this endeavor by KSpace, we all are related to the space-related activities. It's a very delightful occasion. We know that Trivandrum is a very unique place as far as space activities in India is concerned. We have around 7,000 permanent employees working in VSSC, LPSC, IASU, and an equal number of contract personnel who are supporting our activities. So you can see that around 15,000 people who are directly related with space technology is at Trivandrum. Every nook and corner, every residential colony, you will find a few experts out there, starting from people who are very much experienced in design, realization, fabrication, deliveries. So this is a huge capital, which I think is not available in any other city in India. Probably there is some work at Bangalore. Bangalore is basically satellite-related technologies, and at Hyderabad also, because of the presence of RCA and DRDO's other labs. So this great potential, in fact, we haven't really used. What I mean is the state of Kerala as well as the people of Trivandrum. We have been slow in using this huge resource. And I'm sure that with the KSpace endeavor of pushing these ideas of establishing a CFC, which is a big push in itself, because smaller dignitaries always feel really difficult to establish capital-intensive facilities that are required for qualifying the systems, sometimes manufacturing of the systems that are related to space. And the R&D center also, it's a very welcome move. ISRO chairman was planning to attend this meeting, but his preoccupation with the very important assignment, he couldn't attend this meeting. But he has talked to me, and he has asked me to convey his total support for the KSpace activities. I want to convey to Sri Levin, who is the leader for this activity, that we at ISRO will be always more than willing, and we will be very glad to participate with you in the activities. We have made the MOUs, that's a paper, but the real part is has to happen, and that is where the money lies. So I wish once again all the best for the KSpace activities, and I sincerely hope that from the start we'll be able to make a big future. And I can see all the stakeholders that are sitting here. I can see Subrao, I can see Sirilal, and all the people who have been working with us in order to make this space a reality. They will continue to grow, and let us make Trivandrum a special place for Indian space activities. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening speech and your kind wish. And here at the inaugural ceremony, inaugural event of the Aero Expo 2025, we are about to appreciate the efforts of some extraordinary individuals.
We proceed to honor Mr. Hemant Lal, the creator of KSpace logo, by Dr. Santosh Babu IAS, requesting to join on stage Mr. Hemant Lal. And who is the creator of KSpace logo.
Requesting all our dear guests to kindly join with us in a lukewarm round of applause, please.
Thank you so much. We proceed to honor the CTI team who created the mesmerizing inaugural video, Mr. Karthik and team, by Sri Shaji KV, Chairman, NABARD.
Once again, humbly requesting all our guests to kindly join with a big round of applause for that spectacular presentation that they have created.
So once again, thank you so much. Kerala State IT Infrastructure Limited, KSITL, is the parent institution which took the vital initial step to ideating the concept of Spacepark and took the instrumental role to create Kerala Spacepark. KSITL is also the project management consultant for the CFC and RTC building and other infra. With a heart full of gratitude, we invite Dr. Santosh Babu, IAS, to offer his felicitation.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. In 30 months, KSITL hopes to deliver an international level green certified, silver certified building at KSpace. This opportunity is very, very prestigious for us. I thank the government of Kerala for giving this opportunity. Mr. Levin has been a fantastic, inspiring personality. In the last 30 months, he was talking about Suraj. Just 2 people were running around trying to get this done. And today, his dream has come true. So I'm congratulating Sir, Levin Sir, and Dattan Sir, who was sitting here, is also equally happy. I'm sure the entire space fraternity and this physical space given by Colonel Sanjeev Nair and a lot of our IT department has come together with the dynamic leadership of Dr. Ratan Kelkar, who was the Secretary IT then, now Samba Shiva Rao IAS, who is the Special Secretary, ENIT. I think we are going to have a fantastic space. 187 crores is the project cost. IRCON, which is basically a PSU of railways, is the construction agency. KSITL is the project management agency. NABARD is the funding agency. The land is given by Technopark. You can see the veritable, the spread of world-class organizations coming together. And I'm sure Dr. Revin's dream will come true. My team, I want the engineers from KSITL to stand up. If you are there, please stand up. Nazeeb and Divya and of course Rahul. They are the people who are going to do this work, and we'll ensure that we get a fantastic. And then the Design Forum Delhi is an architect. There is also Blue Box. These are some people who don't get acknowledged. That's why I'm telling their names here. And anybody I have missed out? Yeah, I think I have said the names of most of the organizations that have come together. 30 മാസത്തിൽ നമ്മൾ ഇത് ഡെലിവറി ചെയ്യുമെന്നാണ് വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നത്. ഞങ്ങൾ യൂഷ്വലി കുറച്ച് സമയം അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് പോകാറുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ the plan approval is given by the government. Honorable Chief Minister is always egging us on in the priority projects meetings. So a lot of individuals have come together to ensure that this project takes on. KSITL does 2,200 crores of work. Pinrai Education Hub, Kollam IT Park, Kannur IT Park, Digital Science Park, you name it, we are there in most of the construction industry in Kerala. So I take this opportunity to thank all of you in KSpace. It's a wonderful day for KSpace. We also remember Mr. Shivashankar, who actually, IAS, who actually started this process, and startup mission, Mr. Jairaj from CDIT. All of us are involved. So my best wishes to KSpace and Levin sir for this day. Let's hope that things get at a frantic pace in the next 30 months. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the KSpace project in Techno City is spread across the Maglapuram Grama Panchayat and Andurkonam Grama Panchayat. Both these panchayats are extending great support for the creation of the vital infra. We invite Srimati Sumavi, the President of Mangalapuram Grama Panchayat, to offer her felicitations. Ma'am, kindly join with us at the podium, please.
ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട അധ്യക്ഷൻ, ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട ഉദ്ഘാടകൻ ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള വേദിയിലും സഹസ്രമുള്ള ബഹുമാന്യരെ, നമ്മുടെ മംഗലാപുരം ഗ്രാമപഞ്ചായത്തിൻ്റെ അഭിമാനമായി കേരള സ്പേസ് പാർക്കിൻ്റെ തുടക്കം ഇന്ന് കുറിച്ചിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഈ പദ്ധതിയുടെ നടപടിക്രമങ്ങൾ എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് തന്നെ പൂർത്തിയാൻ സാധിക്കട്ടെ എന്ന് മാത്രം പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് ഈ പരിപാടിക്ക് എല്ലാവിധ ആശംസകൾ നേർന്നുകൊണ്ട് നിർത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So I requesting to invite Sri S. Harikumar, President, Andurkonam Grama Panchayat, to offer his felicitations.
ബഹുമാന്യായ അധ്യക്ഷൻ, പ്രിയങ്കരനായ ഉദ്ഘാടകൻ, പ്രിയമുള്ള മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി, സ്റ്റേജിലും സദസ്സിലുമുള്ള ബഹുമാന്യരെ, ബഹിരാകാശ രംഗത്ത് വലിയ മുതൽക്കൂട്ടാകുന്ന അഭിമാനകരമായ നിമിഷം, ഇതിന് സാക്ഷ്യം വഹിക്കാൻ അണ്ടൂർകുളം ഗ്രാമപഞ്ചായത്തിലാണ് ഇത് സാധ്യമാകുന്നത് എന്നുള്ള കാര്യത്തിൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വളരെയേറെ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. എല്ലാവിധമായ ആശംസകളും നേരുന്നു. വലിയ സ്ഥാപനമായി ഉയരട്ടെ എന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു.
With huge respect, we invite Srimati Unaiza Ansari, the District Panchayat member, to kindly express her felicitation.
വേദിയിലും സദസ്സിലുമുള്ള ബഹുമാന്യരെ, പ്രിയമുള്ളവരെ, വളരെ സന്തോഷവും അഭിമാനവുമുള്ള ഒരു മുഹൂർത്തത്തിലാണ് നാം ഉള്ളത്. എനിക്ക് ഒരുപാട് സന്തോഷം. 1962 തുമ്പയിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ റോക്കറ്റ് വിക്ഷേപണ കേന്ദ്രം, അതെൻ്റെ പ്രദേശവാസി, ഞാൻ അന്ന് എൻ്റെ സമീപ സ്ഥലത്താണ് ഉള്ളത്. ഇപ്പോൾ അത് കോർപ്പറേഷനിൽ ഉൾപ്പെട്ടുവെങ്കിലും എൻ്റെ ഡിവിഷനിലാണ് ഉള്ളത്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ വീണ്ടും ഇതിനും കൂടി സാക്ഷ്യം വഹിക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞതിലുള്ള സന്തോഷം അറിയിക്കുന്നു. ഇതിനു വേണ്ടി എടുത്ത കേരള സർക്കാരിനും ഇതിനുള്ള പിന്തുണ കൊടുക്കുന്ന പിന്തുണാ സഹായികൾക്കൊക്കെ എല്ലാവിധ ആശംസകൾ അർപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ നിർത്തുന്നു.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With great respect, we request Srimati Pushpa Vijayan, Block Panchayat member, to offer her felicitation.
വേദിയിലും സദസ്സിലുമുള്ള ബഹുമാന വ്യക്തിത്വങ്ങളെ, പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, ഏറെ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട് ഇവിടെ ഈ പരിപാടിയിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞതിൽ. എൻ്റെ പ്രദേശത്താണ് സ്പേസ് പാർക്ക് വരുന്നത്. രണ്ട് കാര്യത്തിൽ ഏറെ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. ഒന്ന്, നേരത്തെ നമ്മുടെ വ്യവസായ മന്ത്രി കുഞ്ഞികൃഷ്ണ പിള്ള അവരുടെ പേര് ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞ്, എൻ്റെ വലിയമ്മാവനാണ്. എൻ്റെ കുടുംബത്തിലെ ഒരാൾ ഇതിൽ പേര് പറഞ്ഞത് തന്നെ എനിക്ക് കേട്ടത് തന്നെ വലിയൊരു അഭിമാനം ഉണ്ട്. അതേപോലെ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ബൃഹത് പദ്ധതി വരുന്നതിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ നാട്ടുകാരുടെ പ്രതിനിധി എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ ഏറെ അഭിമാനം. പെട്ടെന്ന് തന്നെ ഈ പ്രോജക്റ്റ് നടപ്പാവട്ടെ എന്ന് ആശംസിക്കുന്നു. ഇതിനുവേണ്ടി പ്രയത്നിച്ച എല്ലാ പേർക്കും പോത്തങ്കോട് ബ്ലോക്ക് പഞ്ചായത്തിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ നന്ദിയും ആശംസയും അറിയിക്കുന്നു.
Thank you so much for that heartfelt words and wishes. Srimati Khuraisha Bibi, the ward member of Mangalapuram Grama Panchayat, is extending great support for this mega development initiative. Do we have the pleasure of listening to her? Alright, she is not here with us at this moment, so we request Srimati Anuja Anish, the ward member of Andurkanam Grama Panchayat, who have been extending great support for this mega development initiative. Ma'am, kindly take over.
വേദിയിലും സദസ്സിലുമുള്ള ബഹുമാന്യരെ, ഇതിപ്പോൾ ഏറെ സന്തോഷമുള്ളൊരു നിമിഷത്തിലാണ് ഞാനും. കാര്യം അണ്ടൂർക്കോണം പഞ്ചായത്തിൽ, അതിലുപരി എൻ്റെ വാർഡിലാണ്, കരിച്ചാറ 1-ാം വാർഡിലാണ് ഈ ഒരു പദ്ധതി വരുന്നതിൽ അതിയായ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞു 30 മാസം കൊണ്ട് ഇത് പൂർത്തിയാവുമെന്ന്. ഇതിന് പ്രവർത്തിച്ച എല്ലാവരുടെയും, ഇപ്പോൾ ഓരോ സാറിൻ്റെയും ഓരോരുത്തരുടെയും സ്വപ്നമാണ് പൂവണിയാൻ പോകുന്നതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ അതിലൊരു ഭാഗമാകാൻ എനിക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞതിലും ഇത് നല്ലൊരു രീതിയിൽ എത്തട്ടെ എന്ന് സർവേശ്വരനോട് പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എല്ലാവിധ ആശംസകളും നേരുന്നു. നന്ദി.
Once again, thank you so much. And finally, gratitude is the memory of the heart. To express our heartfelt appreciation to all those who made today's event a grand success. Now I invite Sri K. Danish, Manager KSpace, for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, one and all. I know we are out of time. I will finish my job very first. It's my honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this momentous occasion, making the foundation stone laying of Kerala Spacepark and the inauguration of first edition of Kerala Aero Expo 2025. At the outset, I express my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Industries, Law and Choir, Sri P. Raji, for presiding over today's function and for being the driving force behind this visionary initiative. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Honorable Chief Minister Sri Pinarayi Vijayan for kindly unveiling the foundation stone laying of Common Facility Center and Research and Development Center. It is because of his leadership we achieved this much so far.
Thank you, sir. And we deeply thankful to Honorable Minister of Food and Civil Supplies, Advocate G.R. Anil, for inaugurating Kerala Aero Expo 2025 and for his enthusiastic support for this flagship project. And we are achieving, through this vision, we are achieving this much so far. We also express our gratitude to Honorable MP and MLA, Adur Prakash sir and V. Shashi sir. They are not here. In their absence, I express my thanks to both of them. And we are grateful to Sri Shaji KV, Chairman of NABARD, for the vital financial support for the project. Thank you, sir. Our special thanks to Sri E.S. Padmakumar, Director, ISRO Inertial Systems Unit, for joining us today. A warm thanks to Dr. Santosh Babu, IAS, Managing Director of KSITL, for his continuous guidance and vital support all through the inspection of KSpace as PMC to create this infrastructure. Thank you, sir. We also gratefully acknowledge the presence and support of the following elected representatives of local self-governments: Srimati Sumavi, President Mangalapuram Grama Panchayat; Sri S. Harikumar, President Addurkonam Grama Panchayat; Srimati Unaisa Ansari, District Panchayat Member; Srimati Pushpa Vijayan, Block Panchayat Member; Srimati Kuresia Bibi, Ward Member Karamuda; Srimati Anuja Anish, Ward Member Karichara. And to all our industry partners, academic collaborators, ISRO scientists, startup teams, research institutions and delegates who are participating in Kerala Aero Expo 2025. Thank you for contributing to the pioneering platform. Your presence and partnership is essential for the success of Kerala's aerospace journey. I would also like to thank Sri D. Hemant Lal, the designer of KSpace logo, and Sri S. Karthik of CDIT for the creative contributions for this event. I sincerely thank our Special Secretary E&ITD, Sri Sriram Sambashiva Rao, IAS, for his untiring support and guidance in making even a grand success. Again, my sincere thanks to all senior government officials, chief executives, and all entities of IT department, delegates, and sponsors. I sincerely thank the media teams, team members from Scenario and Leela Enterprises. Finally, a big salute to Hayat team in extending such a wonderful ambience and support for the program. I shall fail in my duty if I am not thanking in untiring effort my KSpace team led by our beloved CEO, Levin sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for leading us from the front. Once again, thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. K. Dinesh, for expressing the heartfelt appreciation and gratitude for such a remarkable event. Thank you once again for your valuable presence. The panel discussions will be commencing at the same venue exactly at 2 p.m. We solicit your remarkable presence for the same as well. With that, the meeting stands dispersed. Thank you once again, and all of you wish you have a very great, blessed day.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed dignitaries, guests and delegates, food counters are open and please enjoy your food. Food counters at the ground floor.
So it's always appropriate to start with what we were in 1960s and where we are heading for in this KSpace organized forum, where there are people from different walks of life. Those who are coming from ISRO, they may find it a little boring. Many of you know what we are going to do. But then for a common audience, maybe next 25 minutes or so, I will try to explain. So as you know, the Indian space program started here, hardly 10 kilometers from here, a very humble beginning. This is something which we have not missed. We know 1957 Sputnik was launched, 61 Gagarin was in space, 63 we launched our sounding rocket, and then that was history. And you can see the asymptotic rise of activities. We just stepped into making sounding rockets, our own launch vehicle SLV, followed by ASLV, now PSLV, so many vehicles and so many missions. And we have recently completed the 100th launch mission from Shar, and then counting and moving forward. And at the same time, we also see the space, the government level, national level, policy changes are there, because space is a very attractive business area. Unlike in 60s or 70s, mostly at that time the space was handled by government agencies. Now we see, since last maybe beginning of this millennium, many private players are into the area, and they are excelling. Even they are performing better than government agencies. So then naturally the echo will come to world over, and we also have made our own policies. And then how we can attract more and more non-governmental entities into our fold, how industries and government together, NGOs, we can reap a major share of the space business. That is the purpose of this. That is why there are mechanisms like NCIL, that is the commercial arm, where they deal with the business part of space. And in space, as a single window authorizing agency, where they are mandated to handhold private players, share the facilities of ISRO, the expertise of ISRO, technology. We do a lot of handshaking with them in terms of people discussing technical things, giving our facility, giving our hardware, and whatever we have, we are sharing with them, and to ensure that the private system is also excelling, so that ISRO can look at more and more R&D. So then naturally we need, it is not only for growth and engaging industries. Industries have been there, part of our program right from beginning, that their role is changing. Now industries, as you have seen there, industries are making PSLV as a whole. Industries, we are transferring the technology of SSLV to industry, and they are going to make a vehicle as a whole. It is not that they are making just components or sub-assemblies. They are playing a bigger role in our space program. And thanks to the ecosystem in the country and the policy by the government, we see many startups are mushrooming, more than 200 plus startups in space sector alone. And many of them are playing or doing exceedingly well, launching satellite, making satellite, finding many applications of satellite. So the ecosystem is very vibrant. And it is natural that Kerala government, through KSpace, has initiated many activities in harnessing the space, especially when centers like VSSC, LPSC, IASU, IAST, so many space organizations are there in our state. So we can see we started with sounding rocket. Any space-faring nation start with a sounding rocket, because that is the easiest one. You can make it out of solid motor, and it is not taking any payload to orbit. It just goes to some 100 or 150 kilometer, release some payload, and then do some experiment. We have multiple sounding rockets. Even yesterday we launched every month. It used to be launched every week, but it is something which is attracting younger generation, and we do in even public. So it's a part of outreach activities apart from the other activities. And SLV, ASLV were the initial vehicles where we were making baby steps in rocketry. But then after that, PSLV, GSLV, LVM3, and SSLV. These are all operational vehicles. And HLVM3 is the human-rated version which is used for the Gaganyaan program. And next generation launch vehicles, NGLV, where we need more capability. And even if we want to carry crew to moon and then bring them back, even still we need a higher capacity vehicle. But at the same time, we need better technologies. So that is what is shown below. We work on many technologies like can we reuse a winged reusable vehicle, do experiment and bring it back, reuse multiple times. But then these are all low-cost platforms where we test the technology, and if we find it matured, then we adopt as a regular mission. Similarly, a test vehicle, a vehicle which is derived from the strap-on of a GSLV, but then used for many experiments like crew escape system or even stage recovery, and even launching the air-breathing hypersonic vehicle. So it's a low-cost vehicle which has got multiple applications. And then a reusable launch vehicle which has got multiple other applications. So not a manned one, but it can go to orbit, stay there for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, do experiments, come back and land on a runway. So it's a idea which is going to be fulfilled maybe in another 1.5 to 2 years time frame. And the same test vehicle we will use for demonstrating where stage can be brought back, recovered, refurbished, reused, thereby reducing the cost. And air breathing, we know that air contains oxygen and rocket needs oxygen and fuel. But if we carry both, then the mass is more. So can we go, while going through the atmosphere, can we take oxygen from atmosphere? We have a program where we need to fly for nearly 200 seconds. That is Trivandrum to Bangalore in in a few minutes time. That is the type of technology. And there are so many missions. ISRO had undertaken 232 missions. So many which launched for more than 34 countries. There are so many other technology missions. So in VSSC, or where through 2 missions. As you shown here, using PSLV and LVM3, we have 2 parts: dock it, go to moon, land softly, and extract samples, pack the samples and put it, come back to moon's orbit, dock, then again retrace, make a re-entry, and when you come back from moon, the re-entry velocities are very high, unlike Gaganyaan, so the technology is different, and then come back and make a precise landing. So once we have that, definitely we can scale it up with a powerful vehicle and take humans there. So the roadmap contains the Bharatiya Antariksha Station. The first module will be launched by 2028 with the LVM3. And LVM3, considering LVM3, the entire modules are planned so that by 2035 it will be completed. Though I have written moon landing by 2040, it is not an approved program. It is something. We are targeting technology so that we can say by 2040 we have the capability for reaching moon. And this, you know that this Axiom launch, Axiom 4 launch with the SpaceX and NASA, this we have our 4 astronauts. 4 of them are undergoing training at different parts. So 2 of them, Shubhamshu Shukla and Prashant Nair, they are now in Florida, and Shubhamshu is the prime astronaut. His mission, there are so many microgravity experiments apart from getting exposure to the latest, the manned spacecraft. He will be traveling with a team of 4 and then be in the space station. So it's an invaluable input we are going to get. Definitely it will enrich our program. As of now, it is planned on 22nd if everything goes fine. There were some technical glitches on the vehicle and later in space station. All these are under control and they have the date, 22nd. And as I said, so many follow-on missions have been approved where we will have a repeat of crewed mission. We can go to space and do the docking, and then how we demonstrate docking of our own Gaganyaan capsule with the module of Bharatiya Antariksha Station. So it's a very exciting journey for us. There are a lot of activities, not only for ISRO, for industries, and do that too. The size of the Bharatiya Antariksha Station is something like 38.8 meter and of the order of 6 to 7 meter modules. Making it, launching it, and then docking with a mechanism, and then pressurizing, and then have environmental control system like this, and make it habitable. Then go, stay there, and then it's an excellent opportunity, a floating laboratory for all of us, industry or even academic and scientists, to do long duration microgravity experiment. What happens to human body when you are in space, when you are in weightlessness, when you are exposed to radiation for long duration? And this data is essential if you want to step out of Earth's orbit and then go further beyond to moon. And this is finally, when it is constructed, the modules will be like this. So we are going for a modular construction so that every module, there is a sort of interchangeability, and even with the 2 modules, it will be functional. Human can go stay, and then we keep on adding, like building more and more rooms into the house, and then adding more and more solar panels. So it's a activity lasting for 6 to 7 years. But from 2nd module onwards, we will be having human presence there. And this is the development plan in terms of year, how from 24, from the approval, from each stage. I'm not getting into technical details because the time allowed is only half an hour, but just to give a flavor of it. And those who are interested, you can find out which area you will be able to contribute in this program. And there are challenges when man is there, when they are going to moon. Moon, there is no atmosphere, gravity is less, and you are far away from Earth. You are not seeing your daily sunrise, sunset, trees, plants, wind, nothing is there. So it induces a lot of stress in you, psychological stress. You are away from your dear ones, near ones, and always you have the feeling of, the mission, something might go wrong because it is not as safe as an aircraft flight going in a rocket. So then we need the countermeasures for the trainings, even medicines, medical doctors, training program, and essential systems for doing exercise. So it comes with associated technology. Developing moon doesn't have an atmosphere, so we need to have a special shelter which is pressurized if you want to stay, or use moon as a sort of a intermediate platform for going to Mars. Now, PSLV as an example, we started PSLV in 80s or 90s. The percentage of the industry contribution or indigenization was not very high. But now you can see the industry participation is more than 80%. Now, with the N1 series, N series of PSLV, the 100% of PSLV will be coming from industry. And this is what I was mentioning, production of PSLV through industry as an experiment. 5 vehicles are given. And I would say the progress is extremely good, and they will be able to launch the first launch by end of this year, followed by another 4 vehicles. Anyway, semi-cryo, Hatton will be talking about propulsion and other related things. I don't want to dwell. But again, semi-cryo stage is something which is going to add more value to LV-N3, which can take more payload. That is essential for our the last module of the LV-N3 station. And another interesting area in between, the world over, there is a demand for small satellite. That is why very short time, a few years back, we started working on all-solid propulsion, small satellite launch vehicle with a very small velocity trimming module by liquid stage at the final stage for correcting the velocity. This, we have completed the development flights, and it is now getting handed over to industry. Through industry mass production, as well as the entire technology is transferred to industry, right from hardware, software, algorithm, everything will be transferred to industry. They can reproduce it, and later they can change the design, and then they will be able to make a different version out of this. So this is, if you just look at next generation launch vehicle with respect to LV-M3, this is the type of size difference we are working on. There we need to go for green propulsion. So LOX methane, liquid oxygen methane is one option. LPS is working on that. And then clustering many engines, how we can, in a modular way, that is like the first stage a few of them, second stage a few of them, and third stage same engine but in a clustering fashion. And then using the available propulsion like cryopropulsion, how easily and fast we can achieve this. Okay, this LOX methane, anyway, this technology is being developed by LPSC. I hope Kattan will speak about it. And then to go to lunar orbit or lunar moon, there are many options. We can go directly, we can go to moon's orbit, stay there, check your health, and then get into a translunar orbit. Or you can launch multiple vehicles. In 1969, USA, they launched with the Saturn, 120 tons capability was there. So one vehicle, translunar injection, they went to, they had gone to moon. But then developing such a vehicle is very expensive, but we cannot develop exclusive vehicle for moon mission. We are not, as of now, contemplating so many missions. But then using our own vehicles that are developed for other purposes, multiple launches, then do docking around the Earth or around the moon without much affecting the reliability. This is a philosophy we are following. Now, this is something that's, I said, you can take in the test vehicle, you can go and then fly 250 seconds in hypersonic condition. That's above fact number 5, this technology, we are working on it. But as part of it, what we do is we use the sounding rocket, especially the 560 diameter sounding rocket. On either side, we keep an engine and then do many experiments and demonstrate for short duration, 1 or 2 seconds or 3 seconds. And then subsequently, we have the continuous flight, and that is, this vehicle is being now finalized. And this is one area, reusable launch vehicle. We had already completed 3 landing missions, and now orbital mission is being planned, which will be having many strategic applications. And then it is not like space shuttle. We are not going to have humans there, but it is unmanned flight, which will be reused again and again. This, anyway, it is there from here. This sounding rocket, especially those who are interested in doing experiments, academic community, can always explore how this can be used for testing their subsystems and doing experiments. It's a very cheap platform with a very fast turnaround, and it is available at different capacity, different altitudes. We had launched so many sounding rockets, more than 2,000, and it's a collaboration. We had launched rockets of USA, France, so many people. We know that TILS is, once it was dedicated to the United Nations, a global platform where any country can come and do launches and then collect data. So, and those who have not visited, I invite them. You can come every, last but one Wednesday, every month. There is a launch from there. And as part of it, we always build infrastructure in industry to meet our requirements. Of course, when we build infrastructure in industry, it caters the requirement of the nation. So many places we have funded and augmented the facility. That is how right now we say 80% of all our launch vehicle related structures or related systems are indigenous because of this very proactive role taken at that time. So that means we are looking at how we can become totally self-reliant in terms of rocket related technology. So one typical example in Kerala, you all know that this titanium sponge, which is a very vital material. It is being developed by Kerala government along with the VSSC, the facilities there, and that is being used for many of our important rocket part fabrication. Similarly, there is a very vibrant interaction with academia, because academia where you get the young talents, and they are the people who can take up challenges where you don't have time and resources. So we are funding them all over India. So many response programs are there. Those who want, you can look at the site. There are many programs which you can download, apply. We will fund. You can develop the technology which we will be accepting. And there are many other collaborative programs with other institutes and many regional centers. They are all part of this program through collaborate. There are many ways of collaboration. It could be MOU, it could be a respond, it could be direct contract placement. So those who are interested, we can go through the site. And we have a very rich system where all types of industries, right from MSME, large companies, startups, all of them are part of our journey, and this network is expanding as we go along. More and more industries are given more and more responsibility. So that is how we can meet our objectives. Not that ISRO alone can do it. It is with the participation of academia and industries, state government, national facilities, and many other departments are part of this. And so this slide shows the type of engagement. You see, we develop many technologies and give to industry. So many industries have been, technologies have been transferred to industry. There are many spin-offs from ISRO and is given to industry, which is beneficial for the program. So one typical example is a smart limb, the microprocessor-based smart limb. With the technology, it is now the third generation is under development or the final phase of development. Above knee amputee, it's a blessing. At a fraction of a cost, you get it. There are many such things. And if you look at Kerala, so so many industries are part of this process of technology transfer, and they are all doing extremely well. And obviously, we should also, when we discuss in this forum, especially when there are many space centers in Kerala, what space can do for Kerala. So this probably KSpace will take it up. All days KSpace is entering into MOU. Many areas we can find applications, including the congested traffic management, how satellite data can be used to have a smooth flow of traffic, or Kerala has got 800-kilometer sea, how the potential fishing zone, the advisory can be utilized for increasing the catch, or blue economy, how we can make use of the coast and coastal tourism, so many things. But then space and space data will be very vital for such activities. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you for your inspiring words, sir. Your insights have truly enriched this session. With this, I have the honor of inviting Mr. G. Levin sir, CEO of KSpace, to kindly felicitate Unni Krishna sir with a token of appreciation. We now move on to the second keynote address. It is a privilege to invite Shri R. Hutton, Associate Director, LPSC ISRO, to share their insight with us on liquid propulsion system and sensor energizing the Indian space journey. May I now invite sir to kindly take the stage.
So good afternoon to all. First of all, let me thank Director VSSC for setting up the stage ready for taking off using liquid propulsion. Basically, he has highlighted the past, the present, and the future, where ISRO and India is going to take all of us, right from the sounding rockets up to the Bharatiya Antariksha Station, which we are planning to set up. When the full modules are getting integrated, it will be almost like 2035, where we are planning to complete or commission the Bharatiya Antariksha Station. So just in a few minutes from now, we will just have a look at how the liquid propulsion systems for the various launch vehicles, as well as for the satellite programs, and even for the set Antariksha Station, like our ISS, International Space Station, our own space station, how the liquid propulsion is going to power and energize and take us forward. As he has already mentioned, basically starting from the sounding rockets, one can always see that, already the India has got in fact, it is self-reliant with respect to the technology that is associated with the design and development of the launch vehicles, which we are seeing at the bottom line, right from sounding rockets up to the gigantic rocket, otherwise called Bahubali, our LVM-3. And also the future launch vehicle like next generation launch vehicles and all. So already we are self-reliant with respect to designing, getting the concept, designing it, realizing it, integrating it, launching it from our own soil. So is the case with respect to the satellite also. All kinds of satellites, whatever that is required for our application, whether it is remote sensing or communication satellites, or weather forecasting or navigation satellites, or for satellites for any scientific missions, which for doing even the planetary explorations. So these are all totally designed, realized, built, as well as integrated, tested, and then launched from our own soil by our own centers of the Indian Space Research Organization, along, of course, with the participation from all the industries, academy, and all. And also you can see we have also carried out, India has entered into a planetary club where we have already demonstrated our capability of taking scientific missions to the moon, Mars, as well as even to study about the sun, and or even to have our own astronomical satellite, which was launched by our Versatile, the Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, in the year 2016. So in the interplanetary exploration also, one has already seen what is our capability, India's capability. So what is the next one? Of course, we have not entered so far into demonstrating our capability in taking humans to orbit and then bring them back safe. So that is the most important part. Already the satellites we have taken and injected them, no problem. But then humans, it is not sufficient that we inject them in the orbit, we need to bring them back safely. So that is the most technologically challenging, which is in fact, the ISRO and India has taken up. And towards that, as they have already mentioned, what type of advancements that we have made in developing a human-rated launch vehicle, as well as the orbital craft otherwise it's called the orbital module, with the state-of-the-art technology which will sustain the life of the humans in the orbital module, like environmental control and life support system. This is one of the key technologies in which ISRO was not working upon earlier, and now the last 5 years we have taken up that particular challenge, and once it is almost, now it is coming to the completion stage, so that maybe in this year itself, maybe in the last quarter, we will have the first demonstration flight of the unmanned vehicle, or the unmanned, the human-rated launch vehicle with the orbital craft. And thereafter, we may have to fly 2 or 3 more unmanned missions before we certify ourselves that we are fit to carry humans in our Gaganyaan. And our Gaganyatris, they are also ready. The Indian Air Force pilots, they got trained and they are also ready. And one of them is now setting his stage ready for taking off in the SpaceX vehicle to the International Space Station, maybe on 22nd of June. Now, if you look at, there are various kinds of propulsion system. Now, in this particular talk, I will be specific about the liquid propulsion, because the topic given is how the liquid propulsion is going to energize the launch vehicle as well as the spacecraft. So there are various kinds of propulsion. We know that the solid, liquid, gaseous propulsion, so many kinds are there. And of course, the liquid propulsion has got one of the major advantages is that one is, yes, it is highly efficient, it is highly controllable. When you want, you can switch on the thrust. When you do not want, you can shut off also. Whereas for some other propulsion like solid propulsion, though it has got its own advantages in giving the mighty power and thrust in a very short period of time, but then controllability wise, the liquid is having that kind of an advantage. When you reach a particular stop, you should be able to stop the engine so that the passenger, the satellite, can get off. So that has got the ability, but then it has got its associated complex technologies involved in that. But any complex system can be made very simple through series of testing and improving the reliability. So once you prove the reliability, the system will become, the complex also will become simple, and so that you can carry it forward, because it is a very high efficient system. And then there are so many kinds, as already we have seen, kind of an earth storable system means the propellants and the systems can be, no specific conditions are required for handling the propellant under the environment itself, and the normal temperature and pressure you can store the propellant. We have the cryogenic propulsion. Of course, anything below minus 150 degree, we say it's a cryogenics. So here it deals with hydrogen, the gaseous hydrogen turned into a liquid hydrogen at a temperature something like 20 Kelvin, almost like below zero, something like minus 253 degrees centigrade. A liquid hydrogen. And similarly at 90 Kelvin, you have the liquid oxygen. But that is the highest efficient chemical propulsion systems one can think about it. Basically, it's a very green propulsion because the exhaust of the combustion, which is it's only, basically it's steam. So therefore, it is very eco-friendly, very highly efficient. And also we have the semi-cryogenic. As the name suggests, semi, half it is cryo, half it is adsorbable. Something like liquid oxygen as well as the kerosene. And so is the case with that, the powerful LOX methane, which is going to power our future next generation launch vehicle. A cleaner fuel, a more, a cheaper fuel also, and which has got, again, like a cryogenic stage, though it is not efficient as that of a cryogenic stage, but then it is almost close to that. But in terms of economy, this particular fuel is also very cheap. So that is the one which is now identified for powering our next gen, the launch vehicle. And if you look at the satellite propulsion, of course, there are also multiple kinds are there, like chemical propulsion, which deals with chemicals. Chemicals are not eco-friendly because the products of combustion is not good for the humans and not good for the environment. So we need to go into a greener propulsion, which is going to be eco-friendly. Of course, for the satellite propulsion, one can think of very advanced propulsion called electric propulsion. It is almost like 10 times the efficient than the conventional chemical propulsion. That means you need to carry only 1/10 of the mass of the fuel, what is needed for, for any energy transfer. So this also, we are working on it. And of course, one of the launches which is going to happen from now, maybe in a few months from now, is going to carry a satellite which is going to be powered by the electric propulsion system. Now, as already mentioned, under the Indian Space Research Organization, we have got so many centers. The lead center, of course, is Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, but we have got another center like Liquid Propulsion System Center, which is also headquartered at Valiamala, and also we have the IASU, which is again at Vattiurgaon. So the Liquid Propulsion System Center, basically, it deals with the total design, development of the various kinds of the stages that is needed for powering the rockets. and also the engines, various kinds of engines, chemical, cryogenic, semi-cryogenic, or LOX methane, or electric propulsion, or whatever that is needed for the satellite also. So basically it deals with the design, development, realization, and testing, whereas we have a center at LPSC Bengaluru, which deals with the satellite propulsion. And also, it is a center where all the sensors, we have so many kinds of sensors, like pressure, temperature, liquid sensors, level sensors, and so on. So this center at LPSC Bengaluru is dealing with all the design development of all these, whatever kinds of sensors you are talking about. And we have one center at IPRC, that is called the ISRO Propulsion Research Complex at Mahendragiri, which is dealing with the testing of whatever the liquid engines and the stages that the LPSC is designing. And finally, before proving it out for taking any satellites into the orbit, we need to get it tested and integrated and tested. So this is done at IPRC, which is a place called Mahendragiri, is almost from here 100 kilometers near to Nagarcoil. Now we can see all the launch vehicles like PSLV or GSLV or the LVM-3 or even the small satellite launch vehicle. You can see the liquid propulsion stages. You know the PSLV, it consists of the 4th stage, and the 2nd and the 4th stages are powered by the liquid stages. And similarly, the GSLV Mark II, which is here, which is powered by the strap-on liquid stages, and also it has got a 2nd stage here and an upper stage which is made of cryogenics. And moving on to the LVM-3, on the 3rd one on the right, you have the 2 powerful stages. One is at the core, which is called L110. Basically, the nomenclature is L stands for liquid, 110 stands for the tonnage of the propellant which we carry. So is the case with the solid propellant S200 or even the cryogenics we call C25. Cryogenics is 25 tons of propellant loading. So here it is powered by the liquid core, which is carrying 2 Vikas engines, which is powering almost like 80 tons of the thrust. And also you have a cryogenic stage, which is actually painted black here, and also carrying 25 tons of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, and has got a powerful engine called 20 tons. It is called the C20. So that is the gigantic vehicle LVM-3. And moving on the right extreme is the small satellite launch vehicle. Basically, it is an all-solid launch vehicle, but then we have a terminal stage. It is called the velocity trimming module, which is again a liquid stage. Once you reach the orbit, we need to control, we need to trim the velocity so that, and cut off so that the satellite can get injected into the orbit. So you can see all these, the launch vehicles or the launch vehicles which are going to come in the future also is going to be powered. Is already powered by the liquid stages and engines, and is also going to be powered by the liquid systems. And now, when you talk about the LVM-3, Launch Vehicle Mark III, currently we have got a capability of taking almost like 4 tons into the geotransfer orbit. Now, to improve our capability, the major task that we have carried out is how we can incorporate the high efficient propulsion system, something called the semi-cryogenics. It is going to take us in the future. So the core, the liquid L110 stage, which is powered by H-storable propellants, is going to be replaced by the semi-cryogenic stage. That the engine is going to be powered by the liquid oxygen and the superior kerosene. And this is going to give the payload something like more than 600 kg. Just from the conventional 4-ton, it can take payload up to 4.6 ton just by changing the technology from the H-storable to the semi-cryogenics. And also the upper stage, which is powered by the cryogenics, C25 already, that is going to be, uprated to C32. Again, the propellant loading is going to be increased, as well as the thrust levels are going to be enhanced. From the current 19 ton, it is going to be powered by a 22-ton cryogenic engines. So when we do that together with the semi-cryogenics as well as with the cryogenics, you are going to see almost more than a ton increase in the payload capability of the LVM-3, taking it from 4 ton to 5 ton. So this already the technology is getting proved at both LPSC as well as IPRC. The engine test is already going on, and then soon this particular stage also will be realized, and the Chandrayaan-4, which our director VSC has mentioned about, which is going to take off maybe in the next year end or maybe in the beginning of 2027. This particular stage is going to carry the semi-cryogenic stage. That is very, very important for the LVM-3 to convert the L110 into a semi-cryogenic stage, which is going to take our Chandrayaan-4 also into the moon and for bringing sample as a sample return mission. Now moving further, we have the Gaganyaan mission, and here again, as already mentioned, it is going to be our own LVM-3, Launch Vehicle Mark III. Only thing, this Launch Vehicle Mark III has been made human rated. Means the vehicle Today it is taking satellites, but tomorrow it has to take the live payloads called the humans. So how the vehicle is going to be human rated, most important. The most important factor is the safety. So far we are talking about the quality, the reliability. But then here, the most important is the safety. The safety of the astronauts, the safety of our own dignitaries who are going to take a seat on the topmost part of the vehicle where the orbital module is getting integrated into the fairing. So this particular vehicle is already human rated. All the solid propulsion, all the liquid propulsion, the control systems, the pyro systems, the avionics systems, and all the structures have been made human rated. In fact, human rated means you need to give the required safety factors, especially for the structure, to give the required factor of safety, with respect to the avionics, to give the required redundancy, with respect to the pyros, give the redundancy, and with respect to all the propulsion systems, give the required margins on both thermal, thermostructural, and so on. So once you do enhance the safety of the vehicle by these means, one can say it is human rated. Of course, this we cannot just ourselves can certify the vehicle is human rated. We have got a national body called the Human Rated Certification Board, which consists of members from the ISRO, academia, industry, and so on. So these members will be finally, when we present to them, they will finally certify whether the vehicle is human rated or not, based upon the various changes that we have done, based upon the various testing that we have done, and based upon the reliability that the vehicle is going to give. The vehicle will be certified as the human rated. In this particular human rated vehicle, I am glad to say that the liquid propulsion systems are also human rated by demonstrating its margins, by way of testing number of engines for the number of, the huge amount of the time for which it is going to operate during the ascent phase of the mission. Also in the orbital module, which you see here, the orange colored or the red colored, the capsule called the crew module, as well as the below, you have the service module. Together it is called the orbital module. For this module also, the liquid propulsion systems, basically the propulsion systems, which is going to steer the crew module. You need the steering system. Steering system is the propulsion system. Of course, brain is there, navigation, guidance, and control, computers are there. When they give the command, the steering is done by the thrusters. And the thrusters, the small thrusters, which is already, developing required amount of the thrust, that is going to power the crew module. And similar is the case for the service module also. We have got thrusters called the liquid apogee module or the LAM engines. And similarly, all the control thrusters, which is coming from the LPSC. And so, the interior of the crew module, as I was mentioning earlier, the most important is the environment. The environment means the cabin pressure. Here, the atmospheric air is freely available, oxygen is freely available. But then, mind you, the three astronauts we are going to sit in the crew module, they are cramped inside the crew module with a little amount of volume inside. Every second they are inhaling oxygen. So oxygen will get depleted in the atmosphere inside the cabin. You need to replenish the oxygen. Every second or a minute, they are exhaling carbon dioxide. We need to control the ppm level of the carbon dioxide within the limits. And every minute, they will be humidity because of the environment, the humidity, they will be producing humidity. The humidity also need to be controlled. So all these things, maintaining the required oxygen partial pressures, ensuring that the carbon dioxide is controlled within the limits, ensuring that the temperature is maintained conducible like 20 or 20 to 26 degrees centigrade. Multiple systems have to be, the realized, and technologies are required to realize that. And this is a very, very optimized system, not like a system which is operating in the ground. Because mass is more important, volume is more important, power is more important, the space, envelope, what it is going to be assembled inside the crew module, that is also very premium. So you need to address all these points to arrive at a most efficient as well as the most optimized system to support the life of the crew inside the crew capsule. I'm glad to say that all these systems are designed, now the testing is going on, and soon it will get integrated into the crew module so that the mission which is going to slated in this year end is going to test this particular system also in the flight. Now the test vehicle already we have seen when director has presented, it is for proving the capabilities of the crew escape system. Here also the test vehicle is again powered by a liquid stage, a liquid engine, and also we can see the mission which has already taken place in the year 2023. This is already demonstrated, the capability of the crew escape system in the event of any problem in the ascent vehicle. Suppose if there is going to be a danger, how the crew escape system is going to save the life of the crew by taking away the crew module from the defective vehicle and then moving away from the vehicle and then going to land safely, maybe 2 to 3 kilometers away. This is also demonstrated through one of the flights. And then this is the picture, the photograph of that flight which has happened in 2023 October. The crew module has landed in Bay of Bengal. Finally, the Navy has recovered it, brought it back to Chennai. From there, back to Shar, Sriharikota. Again, the crew module is getting refurbished for the next mission. Now, the next generation launch vehicle is going to be powered by the LOX methane, as already mentioned, the liquid oxygen and the methane, something like liquefied natural gas. It's LNG. It's not exactly that. But then this combination of the liquid oxygen and the methane is going to give you a very high efficient, the power. And the engine thrust is going to be something like 110. It is mentioned about 1100. That is about 1100 kilonewton. Or it is 110 thrust, which is going to power the NGLV. And the beauty of this particular launch vehicle is that you need to only design and develop one kind of an engine. And then you cluster it. By, you see some 9 engines are there, which are going to be clustered, giving you almost like 1,000 tons of thrust to lift this 800-ton, a huge vehicle. Today, the LVM-3 is weighing around 600 ton. This vehicle is going to weigh something like 750 to 800 ton. You need a still higher thrust so that the vehicle is also shown on the right extreme. It is all liquid-powered stages and engines, fully liquid-powered. And then you have a core stage powering 9 engines powering. The second stage, again powered by 2 LOX methane engine, and the upper stage is a cryogenics. It's a fully liquid-powered stage, and this development is also going on now. And we have the space air propulsion, as I already mentioned, various kinds of propulsion systems, mainly the chemical propulsion. And these, unlike the launch vehicle, where we are dealing with high thrust engines, for the satellite propulsion, you need a low thrust engine, which is something like, 44 kilogram or 440 Newton or 22 Newton or 11 Newton or even the minimum most 1 millinewton, 1 Newton thrusters. These are all designed, developed for the various applications, like various satellites of the remote sensing, communication, weather forecasting, or navigation. They all require these kinds of small thrusters, which is already, the last 4 decades. The LPSC at Bangalore has been designing, developing, and already it is being in use. And the next one is about the electric propulsion. This is again an advanced propulsion system when we are talking about moving to, the eco-friendly propulsion and very high efficient. Using the gas, inert gas, something like xenon or argon or krypton, and then ionizing the gases and accelerating these ions through the thruster at a very high velocity, something like 20,000 meters per second or 20 kilometers per second. Conventional chemical propulsion, the exhaust velocities are something like 2,000 meters per second. Whereas here, it's almost like 1 order higher, 20,000 meters per second or 20 kilometers per second. Thereby, you get a very high specific impulse. When you are getting a specific impulse of something like 300 seconds, whereas here, you get something like 2,000 seconds. Means almost like 1 order higher, means if you want to carry a particular kg of a propellant, kg of a satellite using 10 kg of propellant, by using electric propulsion, I need only 1 kg. So that way, you can optimize the total systems. You can carry more heavier payloads also. So this is the beauty of this particular electric propulsion. And here, this particular propulsion system is going to power one of the technology demonstration satellites, which is going to be launched by the Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle in this year itself. So from the mere station keeping, north-south station keeping, it is also going to be used for orbit racing purpose as well as for the north-south station keeping. So this is also one of the beautiful technologies, an eco-friendly propulsion system. Of course, we all know Chandrayaan 1, Chandrayaan 2, Chandrayaan 3, all have successful missions. Of course, Chandrayaan 2, we planned to land on the moon. It was not successful, but then Chandrayaan 3 is landed. So here also, the liquid propulsion systems have played a very vital role, both in the launch vehicle as well as in the spacecraft, and especially the Chandrayaan 3. For the precise landing on the moon, you require a very, very precise thrust. And then the thrust also must be controllable. The thrust also must be reduced, and then gradually it should be reduced so that you can softly land. So that is what has happened on 23rd of August in 2023, when the lander engine, the liquid apogee engine, which is having a thrust of something like 800 Newton, was throttled down, something like, the baby sitting, and it has reduced the thrust so that, very beautifully, the craft has landed on the south polar region of the moon. So the liquid propulsion has made a tremendous contributions to us achieving all these missions, including the Chandrayaan 1, 2, as well as the Mars orbiter. Mars orbiter, one peculiarity is that, for you to move from Earth to Mars, it takes almost 10 months. Something like 300 days you have to travel. So after the days of travel of 300 days, the engine has to be started. Without any problem, when the command has gone for lighting the engine, There were absolutely no anomaly in the engine started. So that was the beauty. After 300 days of silence, when a command has gone, the liquid propulsion engine came into life, powering the Martian or the Mars orbiter mission moving around the Mars, precisely trimming the velocity so that the Martian gravity has captured the Mars MOM or the Mars orbiter mission precisely into its orbit. So this is beautifully done by the LAM engine or the liquid apogee, module for doing that Mars orbiter insertion. Now moving further, as I mentioned, the liquid propulsion systems at Bengaluru is the agency who is responsible for indigenously designing all the sensors, pressure sensors, temperature sensors, the various kinds of liquid sensors, various kinds of pressure sensors. We have multiple kinds are there. Today, we are self-reliant with respect to the sensor technology. Earlier, we used to import the certain components, but today, it is all done in-house. The total design, testing, and even the technology is handed over to the industry also for mass producing these sensors, because thousands of these sensors are required for the monitoring the various functions of these systems in the launch vehicle as well as in the spacecraft. So, these are the various kinds of the thrusters from 1 millinewton up to 2000 kilonewton, almost like 200 ton. And these are the various kinds of stages from small stage up to the, the gigantic, what do you call the NGLV stage, the LOX methane stage. So various kinds of stages also built. And on the right, the various kinds of the satellite and the various propulsion systems, which is today powering all our launch vehicles as well as the spacecrafts. And ISRO is not alone. We have, as already mentioned, we have almost like 500 plus, or for the LPSC itself, almost like 350 plus industries who are involved in realizing the system, in giving the required raw materials, in manufacturing various, the systems like the tankages, structures, engines, control systems, and so on, modules, and so on. So many industries are there, both in Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala, or even spread across various parts across the country. So we are not alone. We have the industry interface, we have the academia interface, and we have also got the various institutions, especially for the Gaganyaan mission, the various institutions like the Indian Armed Forces, Army, Navy, as well as the Air Force, and also the DRDO, many agencies. So if you look at the program-wise, whatever the program that we have taken up, it is not the ISRO program, it is the program across the nation or the Pan-India nation. So Pan-India program. So with this, I think I conclude. And I wish all the very best for this today conclave here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the exciting talk. Now we would like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Nair, CEO of Technopark, to kindly felicitate R. Hutton, sir, with a token of appreciation. Now, I have a pleasure of inviting our next speaker, Shri E.S. Padma Kumar, Director, IISU.
Last two presentations you would have heard how a launch vehicle is built and how the muscles for the launch vehicles are built. much detail because I thought that this is not going to be a very technical presentation. What I am trying to give is a very simplified overview of the overall systems. So here I will start off with, okay, this is a standard slide, so I don't have to say much about it. We always start with seeking the blessings of our masters, so it's Sarabhai's words we are all familiar with. So now we have maybe, I don't know, Director VSSC has shown this slide, but this is the kind of vehicles that currently we are having, starting from the sounding rockets to now we are looking at NGLV. I am sure that you are all familiar with all these vehicles, so I don't want to spend any time. But what is the difference between them? The difference is mainly on the efficiency. Our earlier vehicles were less efficient. The newer vehicles are relatively more efficient with respect to its design. Also, the newer vehicles are more accurate also in achieving the orbits that I will be highlighting later. And in addition, we have the technology demonstrators. And one of the typical technology demonstrators where a person interested in the navigation, guidance and control of systems is RLV. RLV is a very specific mission in which we had an exciting navigation guidance problem which we solved, and you would have seen that 3 times we were able to land exactly on the runway middle within some 30 centimeters away from the runway middle, and we were able to repeat that feat almost 3 times. So this is the kind of accuracy we achieved. As far as launch vehicles are concerned, it is going to be almost a standardized trajectories that we have from any given launch point. If you take from Sriharikota, you have standard trajectories to the orbits. One is an eastward mission which will always take you to a GTO, from which you will go to a geosynchronous orbit. And another orbit is going to be a southward trajectory. It will prepare a southward trajectory, typically for the polar missions, where we are looking at a sun synchronous orbit, or if you are not synchronous orbit, typically we know that if you go direct south, there is Sri Lanka is there, so you have to do a dogleg maneuver going around the Sri Lanka and then go over the polar orbit. So this is the kind of which wastes a bit of energy. Now our second launch pad, as you have already gathered from the newspapers, it is coming near the Kulachegarapatnam. And from there we will be able to do a straight southward launch without going around Sri Lanka, because the trajectory will be on west of Sri Lanka. We will be able to have a trajectory which is much more efficient in terms of fuel. So from there we are planning to have the SSLV missions primarily, and that hopefully it will be available within 1 or 2 years. And this accomplishments in the space also, that also is a very standard slide. You would have already seen this elsewhere, but it shows the amount of work that we have achieved during this period. And you can see that we have launched almost 400 plus satellites and from 34 countries. We had 2 re-entry missions which were successful. The almost 100th launch that we have celebrated during this year start. Okay, so this is a typical yeah.
How do we click on that? So you can see that in a launch, when it starts, you would have seen this several times how it starts off. Yeah, this is a PSLV vehicle, so it's the first indicator is one RCS bend that is starting. Then started taking off with S139. So this is going to be, initially it is going to be a really upward flight. It's almost a straight flight. And we don't turn. You will see that now the vehicle is turning. Its flight path angle is changing. And we will be actually going through a profile that reaches the orbit in a very specific pattern. So the initial phase we don't turn because there is a launch pad nearby. So only after the launch pad is cleared, we start turning. So that is why all vehicles you will find initially a very upward flight first and then taking a turn. A turn is very important because if you go steeper and steeper into the atmosphere, your losses will be much higher. If you are going on a slant trajectory, if you are taking a turn and go on a slant trajectory, the losses will be lower. So there is always a trade-off between what you really want to do, whether you want to cross the atmosphere as fast as you want, or you want to actually take a shallower path. Okay, this is another flight. This also, you would have seen it many times, the GSLV flight. GSLV flight, okay, I am not showing the starting point here. Basically, in GSLV flight, we actually able to verify the L40s, that is the strap-ons are burning before we clear the S139 bend. So that way, we are able to make sure that the liquid stages are healthy when it takes off. So here also you will be able to see almost the same trend, first an upward trend and then a turning. And there is a point around 25 to 30 seconds in the flight, in PSLV or GSLV or any other flight, where the dynamic pressure is maximum. What is dynamic pressure? Is the point at which the atmosphere forces are the highest with respect to the load of the vehicle, with respect to the vibrations in the vehicle. That is going to be the worst point that typically a launch vehicle will face. Sometimes you will be seeing a ring also at near the payload during that phase. So all these kind of things that you would have seen by standard videos, and by now you will be able to recognize in which phase one flight is and what is the importance of that flight. So typically the first portion of the flight is covered by the first stage. Then first stage generally takes it out into space. Once you are out in the space, the job is much simpler because atmosphere is not there. You will have to only just control the vehicle and go anywhere you want. But there also we try to make use of the ideas that our losses should be smaller and we should be able to achieve the target with the available stages. So this is SSLV vehicle. You can see that it's a very simple configuration. 3 solid motors are there. And you can see that its initial flight you can see. And then here also you will see that it takes a turn and goes through the further of the flight. Next. Can you show that? Click on that. So this is one of the RLV landing that we have seen. You would have also seen in the YouTube. You can see that we have dropped a RLV vehicle from a helicopter 5 kilometers away from the runway and 5 kilometer altitude almost. And the requirement was totally autonomously land this vehicle. And we were, you can see that it drops down now. And as it drops down, it gains the velocity. As it gains the velocity, it becomes more powerful to control. Actually, with just 4 surfaces, 2 elevons and 2 rudders, we are able to totally handle this system. And you can see that it is flying down as if it is totally manually controlled. And it is running down at a speed of around 100 meters per second, that is around 360 kilometers per hour. And you have parachute to reduce its speed, initial speed. And once it reaches 30 meters per second, the parachute is jettisoned. And later it is, the brakes through the wheels are applied to stop it. So now the parachute is jettisoned. So this is a typical landing for any high velocity landing vehicle. There will be always a brake assist will be there, which will be deployed just after the landing. And once that phase is over, then the brakes are applied using the wheels itself. So this also was, we were able to demonstrate, as I indicated, 3 times. And every time we modified the profile a bit in order to make sure that we initially changed the position of the drop and made sure that our algorithm and the systems works even with the dispersions. So that was the intent of the next 2 attempts. And we dropped it at a slightly different drop points, and we were able to get them correctly. And another great achievement as far as NGC systems were concerned was the Chandrayaan mission, in which you all would have followed it the last 1 full year. We were behind this, and it has given so much excitement to the country, and it has helped the STEM education. I am told that there is a more demand for the STEM education as far as this is concerned. And you are all familiar with the earthbound burns and the lunar-bound burns. Our TV news were covering it just like a cricket match, that they were predicting that at this point of time, this much burn will be done and this much delta will be added and this orbit will reach. All those things were real-time given to us. And the most exciting phase was the last descent mission. And you can, so this is a very fairly complex guidance and control problem, in which you look at how to achieve a perfect orbit, how to raise an orbit to a condition in which escape from the Earth is achieved. And once it is achieved in a certain direction, how you will be able to approach another body, a planetary body. And when we are near to the planetary body, what you have to do to capture, get into the planet body's orbit, and there how you can, you will be able to reduce the orbit to a level that a landing is possible. So finally, we were able to get into a 100 by 100 kilometer orbit around lunar surface, lunar body, and from that we came into a 100 by 30 kilometer orbit from which we attempted the descent. And the descent profile also, I think, is totally familiar. And we started off, we started off the powered descent. This is a very standard descent profile for if you are in any planetary body. If you are in the Earth also, you will be able to try a similar start. But the later part has to be different, because in Earth we always have atmosphere, and atmosphere creates a lot of problems. While on lunar orbit, you are much better off because there is no atmosphere. But still, it was a challenge because it was far away, and the failures are so common as far as the targets which are very far away. So we had a rough braking phase, which was nothing but a velocity reduction phase in a major fashion. And we had an altitude hold phase. You have another pointer? Okay, I will stand here. So this was the pattern. Generally, this is a pattern. The idea is to kill most of the velocity in one phase. That is called a rough braking. That is why it is called rough. Then you can do a fine braking phase where you try to trim the velocity into almost like a 0 horizontal velocity, that you have only vertical part that is coming there. And the vertical part also will be reduced to 0 in such a way that the vehicle is almost hovering above the landing point. So this is the standard path. And you can see that the last phase where vertical hovering is done and it has been reduced, the altitude has been reduced, and you can see that how. So here also the problem of getting this problem, that is what is the kind of burn you have to do to achieve exactly this profile, and what are the attitudes that you have to keep in order to achieve this one. And the attitude hold phase, this whatever phase that are shown in the middle, that is just to use the absolute sensors into hold. So which I will be mentioning slightly in a later point of time. So in this phase, the entire descent phase was achieved. You know that Chandrayaan 2, we had a failure somewhere in the end of the first phase. We had a failure, and we couldn't go further to the next phases. In Chandrayaan 3, we understood what was the failure reasons, and they were fixed totally, and further tests were done in order to make sure that that failure doesn't occur, and we were able to achieve this point. Next. Yeah. So let me try to put down this problem. The problem is typically called as an NGC problem, even though there is one sequencing also is typically a part of it. So it is a navigation, guidance, control, and sequencing problem typically. Whether you have a rocket going to orbit or you are coming from orbit to the Earth. So what we typically need is, the first part is the navigation problem. Navigation is to know where you are. Nowadays it is very easy to know where you are. You have to put the location on your mobile and see where you are. So immediately you know. So that has been enabled by the advent of the GNSS satellite, that is called Navigation Satellite Constellation. So that these ubiquitous positioning systems are currently available. But we won't be able to use such solutions everywhere. Earlier, when GNSS was not really in place, if you wanted to know where you are, you needed to have certain sensors, highly accurate sensors to do this job. So it will give you position, velocity, and attitude. Attitude is 3 angles in which you can define your attitude with respect to your surroundings. And there is a flight computer and software, wherein typically we capture the capabilities for guidance, sequencing, and control. Guidance problem is defining the path. You are at A, you want to go to B, you want to find out what is maybe my best path. My best path has to be chosen based on certain things. I have very limited fuel, so I want to be fuel optimal. I don't bother about the fuel, but I want to reduce my load. I am very flimsy. So I need to design a trajectory which has the minimum stress on the structure. Or the third consideration can be that in my path there are certain land masses which I want to avoid. So in considering the constraints, what is my best path? So all these kind of things are to be addressed in a guidance problem. And sequencing problem is primarily of deciding when to start a burn, when to stop a burn. You have a liquid engine with you, you have the capability to start a burn and end a burn. With respect to your trajectory, what is the right time to start a burn and what is the right time to stop a burn? Or you want to restart, what is the right time to restart? So this is a problem that will be addressed by sequencing in conjunction with guidance. And sequencing also want to find out when a solid motor burns out. Solid motor, you know that once it starts, there is no way to stop it actually. It has to, you will have to wait for it to burn out. Okay. So at that time, in the cases of solid motors, there is a need to find out where it actually burns out. There could be variations of plus or minus 5 seconds in the burning time of a solid motor. But you need to actually pinpointedly find it out. So there the sequencing is very important. And the last one is the control. Control is a very simple thing in the sense that it has to just keep the vehicle at the required altitude. That if the guidance says that the vehicle has to fly like this, the control has to keep it in that direction. So this is the very straightforward definition for all these phases. And where the control goes, how the control algorithm computes the commands, where does it go? It goes into the actuators. In the case of human body, the muscles, gives you the power to move as well as the control your body. But in launch vehicles, you have, there is like in other vehicles like cars and other things, your propulsion system is something and your control system is something else. So you have the propulsion system that is giving you the power. The control system is, actuators are used to control the direction in which you are moving. So here, I don't know, you are able to see that lower portion of the screen. But what I have written here is what are the type of actuators typically we are using, the electromechanical actuators. Electromechanical actuators are simple. You can assume that they are motors. You give a command, it moves. So they are, and the electrohydraulic actuators are also electromechanical actuators in some way, but effectively they use the hydraulic power also to gain the kind of movement that is required. And you have an thrust vector control wherein which allows you to control the direction of the thrust. So that is called a side injection thrust vector control. And there is an FNC. You would have seen that when the vehicle goes, you will be seeing that its nozzle is moving. Just by moving the nozzle, you will be able to direct the vehicle to the point you want to have. So that is the most simple and easy way of controlling it. And finally, there is one FTC sitting there. That is a fins. There is a fin tip control. You would have seen that most of the launch vehicles are given with fins. And the tips of the fins, when you move it in a certain fashion, you will be able to get a pitch control or a yaw control. So if you come to the navigation systems, basically as I told, it computes the position, velocity and attitude. It is required basically for launch vehicles, interplanetary exploration, crew modules, in which you will have to land. It is not typically required for satellites because satellites, the positioning can be done in other ways also. So that is not really required. And we need them to be very precise. The consistency of the performance of the sensors has to be very good. And they have to be highly stable because we need an accuracies which are like 1 kilometer at 1,000 kilometer range. Those kind of accuracies we want. And we need a failure detection mechanisms because any sensor or any electrons can fail at any point of time. So you need a redundancy and failure detection mechanisms. And you need a very good computer to do this job because you need a lot of accuracy in computing this solution. So I'm just showing some INSS that we were flying. So we have more of them. But I want to, there is one dynamically tuned gyro-based INS which we are flying in PSLV. This system is actually, the top system is flying all the PSLV and GSLV vehicles. And the bottom system, my version of the bottom system is flying the Mark III vehicle. Next. Yeah. So all these INSs are actually built over a set of sensors. Basically, there are two types of sensors, as you all would have knowing. Actually, you need accelerometers in order to get the position. You need to measure the acceleration. From the acceleration, you can get the velocity and the position. And you need to get the attitude information. For that, what you have is typically gyros. Gyros generally produce a rate information, which upon the integration gives you the angles. So these are the two kinds of sensors that you all need for navigation. The only problem here is that how do you get them accurate? That is the biggest problem that is associated with this. And there are MEMS gyros which are very cheap. You may get it less than $1 lakh. But it is going to be very imprecise and drift rates will be as high as nowadays 30 degrees per hour. While dynamically tuned gyros as well as the laser gyros are going to be much more accurate, but they will be much more costlier than the systems. So currently, in our PSLV, we use DTGs, and Mark III, we use laser gyros. which are much more accurate. And MEMS gyros also we are using in SSLV. But MEMS gyros accuracy is not good enough for SSLV. Then what we do? Actually, what we have done is, we have gone with the help of GNSS receivers. As I have indicated, you have so many satellite constellation of navigation satellites right now available. IRNSS is there, which is the Indian constellation, which is, recently it had been had some problems, but I'm sure that by the end of this year, we will have a good solution for that. And the next one is the GPS, which is almost a synonym for positioning systems now. European Union's Galileo is there, and Russia has GNSS, GLONASS, and China has the video, and QSS from Japan. And there are more constellations that are coming up. Why they are coming up? Because people find both the civil and strategic uses of this system. So this is, and it is getting better and better. The accuracies when we were starting with the 1 sigma was around 25 meter. Right now we are looking 3 meter or even sub-meter levels of accuracies that we can get. And it is very inexpensive. Nowadays this is becoming so inexpensive that you will find it in any system. You find it in a watch, you will find it in anywhere. I am sure that later it will be available in button sizes also. So that is a kind of growth that has come as far as receiving technology for the GNSS is concerned. And what I do with this GNSS, how do I use this in a launch vehicle or space? What I do is the aiding. I have the gyros. Gyros are required and accelerometers are required. But in order to improve the accuracy, if you want to use the inexpensive sensors, what you have to do is that you will have to do a certain amount of aiding. And aiding is compare these two, assume one is correct, and find out what the other is lacking. And whatever that lacking portion is, has to be added to the further computation so that you get the next computation correctly. So this is a typical thing. That estimation is typically done by the deterministic methods of Kalman filters. Typically, different flavors are there, and this, based on your application, you can choose the filter. So once you aid, what do you get? You get a position and velocity accuracy almost as the GNSS. That is, if the GNSS is giving 10 meter accuracy, we will be getting 10 meter accuracy here. So, if you want, but the GNSS gives only 1 second, every 1 second only it will give the information. So if you want shorter information, minor cycle information, you'll have to still get from the initial sensors. And the whole idea is to use less precise sensors. So it becomes very inexpensive. Maybe a typical system that we are flying in, navigation system we are flying in launch vehicles will be costed in crores, actually, few crores. While aided navigation system, which we are flying in SSLV, those kind of things will be a sub-crore version will be there. What is the significance of this aiding part and along with the GNSS? So we can see that there is less focus on the accurate sensors. Nobody is now really struggling to make accurate sensors. Unless you are in military. In military conditions, still they have a sense because the GPS jamming and spoofing is so popular that in almost all battle areas, you won't get any GPS or GNSS. No GNSS signals will be available. So there, again, you will have to come to the accurate sensors. But for civil uses, for launch vehicles and the other civil uses, you will find that the thrust on the accurate sensors is really falling, and you will be able to do all your job with aiding itself. So there is a reduced dependency on the high accuracy navigation sensors, either accelerometers or gyros in the civil area. Okay. So in strategic areas, typically then what do we do? You necessarily have to go with highly accurate sensors, otherwise you are done for. you can see that there are maps available in which the GPS denuded environments in the globe is present. There is a map available which they update 2 times a day or so. So you can see that in most of the areas of Europe, because there are 2 conflict zones now, and some portions of Myanmar where there is a lot of internal conflict, you won't get any GPS signals. So in our launch vehicles also, when we are flying over those regions, we find that the GPS is ineffective. So you will have to have mechanisms of getting over this problem of jamming and spoofing. Spoofing is not so common, but jamming is very common, that you won't get any signal. Your receivers will be saturated. Jamming is just giving large radio RF pulses in that frequency band so that your receiver will be, front end of the receiver will be totally jammed. So, but in the launch vehicles also there could be an in-orbit phase, and also satellites also we will be using gyros to get the attitude. So there also some certain amount of aiding is required. But they are not done by GNSS typically. They are taken from other sensors like a star sensor. A star sensor is a very simple sensor. It looks at the star's position and know where you are. This is the same thing that we used to do when they were in the olden ages when they are at the sea. If you want to know the direction in which you want to move, you had only stars. So the star sensor is a highly improved version of that, looking at the constellations that you are viewing from the viewport. You will be able to identify in which attitude you are. And there is a sun sensor which allows you to detect the sun's position, so that it gives you an idea about your attitude. And there are earth sensors also. And there are magnetometers also. Magnetometer is nothing but like a compass only. It just uses the magnetic lines in order to identify whether with respect to north where you are. So you will be able to get 2 angles from that. So with this aiding also you will be able to make the better your attitude information. So this is a very commonly used thing, and most of the CubeSats uses very inexpensive gyros, mostly BEMS gyros, and they use the star sensor, sun sensor, and magnetometer information to make their attitude information correct. If you have a star sensor, you will get an accuracy in the arc-second levels, but star sensors are again costly. So if you are building a satellite of lower budget, you may not look at the star sensor. You may try to do it with just with sun sensors and magnetometers, which are much, much cheaper. So I have told, fine. So, and what is coming up in this area? Basically, you would have found that it is actually, there are so many Starlink satellites outside, and they are sending so much communication down. So can we use this data to do some PNTs, position, the navigation and timing actually. So what we are trying to do is that can we use the Starlink communication data to do navigation? So people have found out that the Starlink communication data can be used for navigation also, because it includes a certain amount of timing information, and there is a synchronization among the satellites, and the satellite ephemeris also is available open portals. Not all of them, high accuracy Starlink ephemeris are available only on payment, but still certain amount of data is available. If that ephemeris is available, and if you know how to decode the Starlink message format and get the time domain information from that, there are a lot of studies that is coming up which shows that you can do a navigation based on the Starlink. Without Starlink never telling you that you can really do it. But it cannot be a standalone navigation you can do with such constellations. You will have to actually support it with other systems like INS or GPS once in a while, so that you are able to get the bearing right. But for short duration navigation functions can be achieved by Starlink itself, that people have found out. And this is one area in which a lot of a lot of research is happening. We don't know whether Starlink is going to provide a navigation service in the future. If Starlink is going to provide a navigation service in the future, it will destroy all other navigation methods in overnight. It will take over, it will remove all the GNSS constellations effectively from service. We still do not know what they are carrying. Maybe on a fine day we will get to know that whether they provide services. So this is a very highly disruptive region of technology, and every day there are things that are happening which totally changes the technology. Whatever technologies you are in, you will find immediately outdated within a few days. So that kind of changes can come as far as the navigation, especially PNT is concerned. So that is one thing. The second thing is that of very much interest to the people who are in the space exploration, that is whether you can have a navigation on the lunar surface is the question. If you have a lunar mission, whether you can have a navigation system in lunar surface. So this problem has been identified, and it is very difficult to build a navigation satellite constellation around moon, which is viable in some fashion, both technologically and economically. And what they have found is that with the earthbound GNSS satellites, whether you can do navigation on lunar surface. So that is the research that is taking place. But when you are looking at Earth from moon, you will find all the satellites are almost clubbed together in a very few angle, few degrees of cone only it will be. And for any navigation using trilateration, that if you have to achieve, the satellite should be wide apart, then only you will get a proper solution. But still, people have made progress in that, and there are now solutions flying into lunar surface providing this navigation. And there are other requirements when you come to, when you talk about navigation, there are other requirements like when you are landing horizontal landing, if you are doing what are the kind of things that you need. One is that you need a precise altimeter, because GPS altitude always not very precise. So the radar altimeter is there. It simply depends. It's a very simple technology to send a RF signal down and then get a reflection, then measure the time delay. And there is systems like a pseudo-light, which works like a GNSS receivers and then getting it. Then a visual navigation methods are there. You take a pic of the runway, and from that you identify using visual odometry techniques. You identify where the runway is and the angle. And there is RTK also is very popular now. Most of you have heard that RTK works on correction of the GPS by local area, in a local area, by measuring the phase of the carrier wave and using it. And in that respect, we are able to get a sub-meter accuracy. And when it comes to vertical landing, which our SpaceX is doing every other day, they are doing a vertical landing. I think they have done already 77 missions in this year, which is almost the other day. Each alternate day they are having a landing now. So basically their navigation systems for the vertical landing is really powered by a radar altimeter, as far as we know, and an RTK system. And along with the navigation system of typical accuracies of that comparable to our mini AIMS or the system that we are flying on Mark 3. And guidance anyway, that there isn't much to talk about guidance in this thing, because it's going to be an algorithm with a certain computation load, and it is going to be a software part that is running in the computer. So it doesn't call for any specific aspect. And the control also I have highlighted earlier. You have to keep the attitudes of the vehicle for this. What you use, you have a measured attitude, you have a commanded attitude. So error between them has to be minimized using an algorithm. And it has to handle the, the vehicle control is made complicated because the vehicle will bend in the first mode, second mode, third mode. So that has to be taken care of. and there is a sloshing at, he would have shown huge tanks in the liquid propulsion, and they are filling it with propellant. And as the vehicle moves, the entire fluid within the tank will move around, and that will create a certain amount of side forces which can destabilize the vehicle. So they are called sloshing, and we know that how it moves. There is a modeling, there is a test bed that also is in LPSC, which gives you an idea about how much sloshing will be there, and that sloshing also has to be handled by the control. And this commands goes into the control actuators, as I have told, the gimbal control, flux nozzle control, and RCS also actually. Next. Okay, about sequencing, I have already indicated what a sequencing is. It involves a certain amount of real-time decisions when a solid motor burns out, or when guidance says that a stage has to be shut down. So the sequencing also, basically it's just an algorithm, and it runs as a software part in the flight computer. And typically it is based on the acceleration. If you want to know a stage has burned out, you will have to just measure the acceleration and look at the acceleration dip. As the acceleration dips, you know that the thrust has died down, and you can understand that solid motor has burned out, and you can go ahead with the further commanding. And guidance decision is typically based on achievement of the orbit. If suppose you have guidance have already computed that our position and velocity is in such a way that the orbit is achieved, guidance gives you a command saying that, okay, now it is time to switch off the motor, and that goes into the motor and it shuts off the engine. Okay, that was about navigation, NGC part of the launch vehicles. But when you come to satellites, what are the things that are about, connected with the satellite control? So primarily, there our requirement is to keep the satellite in a stable condition. So basically, you want to have the attitude to be measured accurately. For that, you know that it should be a gyro, as we have already highlighted, and there should be an aiding with respect to star sensor, typically. That is what I have aided by star sensor, sun sensor, or the magnetometer. You will be getting a better accuracy if you are using an inexpensive sensor. But if you are paying for a good sensor, then okay, you have more flexibility in handling that. And here typically GNS doesn't help, because satellite orbits are very predictable. You will be able to compute the orbits using ground methods, ground-based methods itself, or with so the GNSS doesn't is not of much help here, unless you don't want to depend upon the orbiter determination using ground methods. So this point I have already told what is the kind of accuracies that we can get. And most of the CubeSat, this kind of accuracies of 2 to 3 degrees should be good enough. So it will be always using MEMS gyro combination with a sun sensor, star sensor, and probably magnetometer. And what happens with satellite control? When you want to control the satellite, what do? You typically use a reaction wheel. Reaction wheels are wheels which, you know that if you command a wheel to increase its speed, there will be a torque that is generated in the opposite direction. So using that principle, you have multiple wheels in the, at least 3 wheels in a satellite, you will be able to control it in all the 3 directions. So the reaction wheels are characterized by the torque they generate and the momentum they can consume. So if you saturate your speed, that is, if you have already consumed the entire momentum that can be consumed by the wheel, then you will have to do a dumping strategy, which has to be a magnetic torquer, or magnetic torquers are the just using the principle that if you have a magnet placed in a field, it will generate a force in a given direction. So using that, you will be able to do a momentum damping of the wheels, so that it's we are able to use it further. Speed will reduce, and you will be able to use it further. So magnetometers or even RCS that as Hutton has indicated earlier are used for the satellite control. But their RCS limitation is that it is limited by the propellant that you are loading, and once you are out of that propellant, your life ends. So if you have a magnetometer, typically smaller satellites goes for the magnetometer because they don't have any other choice unless they have a higher rate, very specific requirements of changing the attitude quite often. So this is the basic things that I wanted to just convey as the current technology is. And in IISU, we make all the sensors, accelerometers, and gyroscopes, the inertial navigation systems. We make the satellite rate measurement units called IRUs. And we also make the satellite control wheels. The reaction wheels also are made totally within it's almost an in-house, totally in-house development. And that has been supporting all our launch vehicles and navigation, satellite missions all the time. Okay, so maybe I will skip these points. There was one fantastic achievement that we had done about the SpaceX mission. So I just want to highlight what were the sensors that were involved in the final phase of the SpaceX sensor. So one of the sensors that we haven't talked up to this point, when till a close point, we will be still able to use the RCS as well as your reaction wheels and the regular gyros to get to a closer point, beyond which you need to be very careful because the accuracies involved are much higher. What has been done is actually it has been done with effectively like in a reflectometer principle that has been used, using a sounding light. We were measuring the distance between the two satellites, and also using a visual techniques, we were able to see whether the satellites are oriented in direction or not. With these two systems that were developed by LEO's laboratories, that is at Bangalore, they were able to supplement the existing navigation systems to do this docking. And I will tell you, this was one of the most major achievements as far as navigation is concerned recently, actually. So the accuracies they were able to get is of the order of millimeter level accuracies we were actually seeing in the screen. And that, of course, they are in very close ranges. It's not that very far off. It's very close ranges. And the attitude accuracies, they were getting less than 0.1 degrees of that order in the close quarters. And that was enabled this mission. So, okay, this was captured from that real-time animation that was shown on the screen at that time. So that's basically, okay, this is a simulation that showing that docking apparatus also docked. Okay, fine. So this is what I just wanted to convey in this presentation about the NGC system and its the growth path that we are having. What we find is that there will be some of these industry drivers are that there will be a drive towards reducing the cost of the sensors. Most of the sensors that are currently flying are in launch vehicles are very costly, so it cannot be really used by a mass-produced satellite navigation system. And so we need to see that, okay, the costs are driven down so that it can be mass-produced. And the processes also has to be filmed up in such a way that they are reproducible at the industry level. Because when we are doing it in-house, there is always a lot of tinkering or tuning that is happening, which may not be possible in an industrial setup. So cost is one of the most important aspect of it. Of course, the mass and volume is very critical for smaller satellites. So that also has to be driven down. So these are the directions in which the sensor technology is moving. GNSS technology, I have already told how the world is moving ahead with the GNSS technology. And there we think that within few years there will be a highly disruptive nature will be coming, and people are looking towards that, how this transition into LEO-based PNT is going to happen. LEO orbits, satellites in the LEO orbits will be providing the PNT service. So these are the two major points that I wanted to highlight. Otherwise, these technologies has been fairly steady over several decades, I should say. Same star sensor, same sun sensor, same, same magnetometer, magnetometers, reaction wheels. You can't find much of a development in this except for the applications of GNSS that is coming. So with that, I think that I will sum up my presentation. Thank you for listening, and thank you all.
Thank you for your inspiring words, sir. At this moment, I have the honor of inviting Shri N. Narayan Murthy, sir, Chairman of Keltron, to kindly felicitate E.S. Padmakumar, sir, with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. We will now break for a tea and will be served at a ground floor. Kindly join us for a refreshment and be back in 10 minutes as we resume the session shortly. Thank you.
Till dawn. Because I'm going to give you industry perspective, so that's more important for today.
I request everyone to assemble back in the auditorium.
Anyway, I think I'll go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests in the auditorium, Namaskar. You see, my earlier speakers gave you the kind of activity they are doing in ISRO, that will be SSC related activities, part of it. Now, that activity brought India glory already. But I am going to deal with what that kind of a specific space activity can bring wealth to Kerala. This is what I would like to deal with that. And ISRO, as you know, all these years did tremendous, excellent activity, work, and they brought a lot of glory for the country. And particularly the recent missions like Chandrayana mission, then SpaceX missions, and Aditya missions, they brought laurels for the country. And in fact, the Indians' confidence levels today on science and technology, on every activity has increased many-fold. That India also can do. Bharat also can win. That is the kind of a scenario that the confidence levels got into every Indian's mind. And top on that now, we have the recent operation Sindhura, but many more laurels to the country. That we are not a weak nation any longer, and we are also a superpower. All this happened because of the space and our defense that have been doing all along on this. Now, I want to bring in a new perspective to you, what Kerala can do, how wealth can be created using all these activities in Kerala. Let's look at that part of it, okay? And as I'm concerned, my company, we started long ago, 1992, but nearly about 28 years now. We are located in Bangalore, Hyderabad, and also in Kerala. In fact, I have a special relationship with Kerala because I studied here in Kerala. My engineering was done here, so therefore I have special affection, and ISRO happens to be here, and a lot of linkages, that's how I created with Kerala. Now, what Kerala can do in this area, let's look at it. So this is where we are located in Kerala, in Trivandrum, in Kinfra Park. In fact, industry employees working in the industries department like Kinfra, etc., they're very, very friendly, and they're very proactive in order to make things happen positively in this country, in this state. So that we were thankful to them on this. The wealth for the state. That's where we know we should do that. That we have been trying to do, and that hopefully will succeed very soon on this. And I don't have to deal with the PSLV, GSLV, LVM3, etc. Already, Director VSSC and other people have mentioned about that very elaborately. Now, how can this be further be enhanced in order to support the national goals? That's what we look at it from Trivandrum side. The idea is, if you look at the number of satellites that either Chinese or the Western world has today, and the number of satellites we have in the space, our number is very, very minuscule, and our Earth observation system satellites also very, very small, very little numbers. And similarly, in the surveillance and ISR related activities, strategic requirement that the country has, even there also what we have is very, very small numbers. Now, in order to create more strength in the space sector, in order both from a strategic point of view and also from Earth observation point of view for development activity, what is to be done? How many launch vehicles do we need? If you calculate that, I tell you, the mind-boggling numbers will get into your mind. That is, we need so many PSLV type of things and SSLV type of things for the country, today to have our adequate place in the space sector in the world, and also to protect ourselves from our enemies in the strategic sector on that. Now, that's the reason why I try to create not only a launch vehicle related activities, but also various subsystems related to launch vehicle. All that activities we're trying to build in Kerala itself in that, because a lot of expertise available, a lot of technology available here in this country, I'm sure, and a lot of exhibits that we find here, all of them also trying to do something for Kerala itself on that. For example, our wish is not only working for the country, but also exporting a lot of things from Trivandrum itself on that. So that means if you have the Sankalpa, the determination to do something from Kerala, there are a lot of things can happen here and that. That's why I mentioned you some of those important things here for you and that. And for doing this activity, we have a complete ecosystem already built here in this. For example, you look at the education ecosystem. Complete Trivandrum has IIST, then College of Engineering, many colleges of engineering that we have here. National Institute of NIT is available in Kerala. Cochin University available here. Like this, a lot of expertise can be being created already here in this. And that's most advantageous situation that we have here. So that advantage we should take into creating the satellites and launch vehicles from Kerala itself on that. And you understand that 1963, when the program started in Trivandrum, Vikram Sarabhai found this location. And in fact, this is the place where the satellite program, something has started in the world, in the country, in Trivandrum itself on that. Now, taking advantage of that, today in a more liberalized era, and the country needs have become more and more, we should definitely contribute a lot from Trivandrum itself on this. That's where we look forward for Kerala space. That becomes very, very relevant today on this part. And the upstream side part of it, satellite launch vehicle part of it, already many producers mentioned about that to you. So therefore, I would like to deal more on the satellite applications, what can be done for Kerala itself on that, in that. For example, the lot of land use, land planning, urban planning related, coastal zone regulations, watershed management programs, flood risk program, all these are very, very relevant for Kerala itself on that. And agriculture related activity, though the agriculture is not very much in Kerala today, but still Kerala with all its intellectual ability can get into precision agriculture. That it can be exported also from here on that part of it. And disaster is something which, we don't know how it will occur to us on that. And disaster management part of it is also very, very relevant for Kerala. And our satellite imagery can give you the complete information about flood forecasting, landslide mapping, and cyclone tracking, very many things that can happen using this part of it in that, yeah. And similarly, satellite communication. Today, if you look at Kerala, a highly educated state, and now, of course, many universities already existing here. Is it necessary that education should go through the brick and mortar only in the country, in the state also Kerala? Can we not create digital highways using satellite communication? That's what is the order of the day. That's what we are looking forward now on that. So once it is created, the digital highways are created with the satellite communication. The bandwidth is made available. I'm sure the people in the hilly tracks, remote areas also can get access to every education system in the Kerala itself on this. So therefore, it is absolutely necessary that Kerala should build the digital highways using the satellite data on this. And similarly, of course, navigation related, a lot of expertise already available here, and we are trying to make use of that to make India self-sufficient in strategic sectors and also in space sectors, and also export things that India can become a global player in satellite technology and particularly in the navigation technology itself and this. And I'll just give you downstream application, a few of them, what can be relevant for Kerala in that. Forest monitoring, for example. We have about nearly 40% of the Kerala is a forest area in this. In order to map each species in the forest area, and that can be how to harness the entire forest to benefit for the wealth of the Kerala, that can be done using the satellite data. And in fact, this has been applied into various other sectors of the country, and I'm sure this can be done in Kerala also on that. In fact, Kerala has another advantage on this is carbon mapping. That is, how much is the carbon being absorbed by Kerala forests can be mapped using this, and you can have the carbon credits can be assigned to this, and based upon that, in fact, Kerala become much more richer than what it is today on that. So carbon credits working using the satellite data becomes another important sector for Kerala on this part. And similarly, geo-reforesting of forests. In fact, Supreme Court is the direction that every forest area has to be demarcated clearly on that. So therefore, this is one activity requires huge amount of satellite data that is required for the state of Kerala, and huge employment can be generated using this activity. And recently, that whatever the landslides that we had it in Wayanad area, you can see some of them, how the satellite data also helped in terms of giving the relief for the landslide related people in this. And similarly, on the agriculture side, crop acreage, health monitoring, yield estimation, there are very many areas that can be done using the satellite data on that. Soil health. In fact, the government of India is looking for soil health to be assigned for every hectare of land, for every farmer in the country. So therefore, that's one area where satellite data can be extensively used in order to find out what is the soil health of the nature that has been created on that already. Based upon that, they can use the kind of fertilizer that can be used on that. And the crop insurance. In fact, we talked about NABARD people have been funding this sort of activity to KSpace. And one of the important things is crop insurance and the crop acreage estimation and the crop related, all the relief related part of it, the crops into that part. So that's where KSpace and the private industry in Kerala and NABARD can work together on these areas. And similarly, we did some activity recently in Kerala that is related to gas pipeline, gas supply to the every household in Kerala. And a lot of activities are going on now on this. And again, the the data is from the satellite data in this. And similarly, coastal zone erosion studies. The coastal zone related activities are very, very important for Kerala because it has the longest coast that Kerala has on this. And similarly, large scale groundwater prospects. And the groundwater maps were prepared for Kerala also earlier 1:50,000 scale. Now we need to make them at 1:10,000 scale. So that means every area where the groundwater potential available that can be mapped and can be tapped using the satellite data again on this. And similarly, the property information system, for the government point of view, any improvements are to be done in urban related activities. We need to know what exactly is on the ground in terms of number of houses and what type of houses and what type of construction with the houses have been made of. So therefore, the property information system can be created using the satellite data, and from which they can also work on how to collect the taxes and use the money that's collected for the benefit of the urban areas on this. And similarly, we have a lot of coastline, and in fact, we did some experimentation using the satellite data, that is navigation satellite data, that we built subsystems for fisheries. That is, the people going for fishing into the seas, deep seas, and their whereabouts, the kind of communication that can be done using, that can be communicated through our navigation satellites, and the relief can be provided to the fishermen on that. So therefore, some MS terminals have been developed. This can be used for this. Again, this is from satellite data. So that's how the very many things, that happen. And another important thing is, we think that IT, Knowledge City, and we have the CEO of the Knowledge City also here on that. The point here is, it is not just a commercial IT that is going to be used. There are also a lot of other activities of IT related that can be made use of using the satellite data. And that's where, artificial intelligence and precision agriculture, then we are talking about the machine learning part of it, and a lot of value addition that we give in the satellite data, all that can happen with the knowledge that already we have in the city of Trivandrum itself on that, and largely in Kerala. And we have ISRO, we have R&D institutions here, and academic institutions, and we have various centers here. How do we leverage all this? This is a KSpace has to look into how do we leverage the existing infrastructure created by the government of India for the creation of the wealth for the state of Kerala. That can be a PPP program or whatever. So therefore, there is a need for a space policy for Kerala. Levin sir, I just want to make a point here. Space policy for the state governments. We are already, Gujarat government announced the state space policy, Tamil Nadu government announced, Karnataka government announced, and Andhra Pradesh government announced. But Kerala government does not have the space policy yet. So that need to be expedited. It is necessary that, in order to prosper the space activity in Kerala, from where it took birth, we need to have a space policy. So I hope very soon the Kerala government will realize the importance of that and announce that part of it into it. And that gives, see, for me, like this, many industries all over the country, why we should come to Kerala? For that, we should have the kind of framework. That framework can be a space policy for the state government itself on that. That's what we are looking forward on that. So that's why, automatically Kerala can pioneer in the aerospace policy into that. Good. My last point is very simple. Kerala, everything is samruddhi. Samruddhi means plenty. Everything is plenty here. How do we harness that plentiness for wealth creation in Kerala itself on that? Otherwise, every expert in Kerala will be hijacked by either Chandrababu Naidu or by Gujarat government, by somebody else on that, which has been already happening on this. Kerala cannot become the raw material producer. It must harness the raw material into a product itself on this. So I request the I'm sure KSpace can work towards this, and I'm sure that, that raw material can be converted into your products in Kerala itself on that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your motivating words, sir. Now I have an honor to invite Ms. Rashri Ma'am, Director Trust Park, to felicitate Dr. Subbarao, sir, with a token of appreciation. Thank you, ma'am and sir. Moving ahead, I now invite Shri N. Narayan Murthy, Chairman, Keltron, to address the gathering on fast developing business opportunity for avionics system in space, aviation and defense sector. May I now invite sir to kindly take the stage.
ചെറിയ ഹാങ് പോരെ സാർ ഇല്ല ഇല്ല വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട് സാർ സാർ ഇതിൽ അവിടെ സ്ക്രീനിൽ ഞാൻ പറയാം
Good afternoon to all. Of course, I want to thank KSpace CEO for giving an opportunity to Keltron for sharing some of our thoughts with respect to the creation of an ecosystem for avionics production in Kerala. It doesn't mean that it is not there in Kerala now. It is there. But the most important point is, when it comes to raw material sourcing, that is supply chain management, then with respect to precision machining, then for environmental testing and other testings which is demanded by space as well as defense sectors, we have to move to other states for certification as well as acceptance testing. So creating an ecosystem is a holistic approach to address every need of the space and the defense segment. If you want to really create an ecosystem in the state of Kerala. So before I go to my subject, because I will stick to my subject, because I am asked to talk only on avionics, so I will stick to my subject. So now, before that, I would like to inform, of course, many of you are knowing Keltron. It's a fully owned state government electronics PSU, the first in India, formed by Sri KPP Nambiar in 1973. And of course, now it has completed almost 52 years. So we have been active not only in space department, mainly in naval defense side, then power electronics side, especially for strategic sectors. Then we have one of the biggest manufacturing of aluminum electrolytic and MBB capacitors in India with 35% share of it. Then security and surveillance. And of course, the Keltron trademark and brand image is for Keltron traffic signaling and traffic enforcement systems. Then we have a huge IT infrastructure which mainly takes care of Government of Kerala's e-governance initiatives and other aspects of government departments' activities. So I am happy to inform that in the last financial year, Keltron has passed 1,000 crore turnover. So this was the dream of all our PSUs, and in fact, the total turnover for the company, including subsidiaries, touched 1,200 crores, and we have an order book of 1,400 crores. And moreover, last year one major thing happened, that with the help of ISRO technology, we have established India's first supercapacitor production plant in Kannur. Because supercapacitor, as you know, is an essential element with respect to the emerging power system management in every field, wherever the power surge current is required. So whether it is in smart metering, windmills, or explosive detection, everywhere supercapacitors are used, and it has a huge potential. So we are happy that Keltron could create this infrastructure, and I am sure in the years to come this will be a major affair. In the border, no.
Sir, അത് ഹാങ്
See, we have got tremendous opportunities with the opening of the space sector, and as you all know that the InSpace, NSIL and the ISRO, they, with the government of India, they have given a vision to the Indian space vision. The present world turnover with respect to the space economy is around $440 billion, out of which India has just 2% stake, whereas our objectives as envisioned by Government of India is 8%, and by 2033 out of $550 billion, and by 2047 15%, that is out of $1,500 billion. So this is the target that has been set. So it means In every segment of the space activities, we have to improve ourselves. So now if you look at the aerospace sector business avenues, see there are upstream, midstream and downstream. But upstream activities are very tough with respect to launch vehicles, manufacturing, satellite manufacturing and launch services. But this is an area where it doesn't give you much revenue. But the next level, midstream, the ground segment stream as well as ground segment operations, as well as data and the satellite services, this is the area where the actual revenue lies. So now, with respect to the government of India's perspective, with respect to the target, now if you look at each area, you can see with respect to navigation, communication and the satellite segment is the maximum market estimate with respect to the turnover. So one need to address these segments to have more revenues. So it is very essential, because if you say launch segment, it is a hardly minuscule amount compared to the other segments of communication, navigation and ground network. And these are the targets set in every field of space segment by government. So this is a map. This needs to be updated. Of course, see the whole, of course this is updated in the vendor directory in 2020, but we need to get the latest one. So if you look at, there are 567 approved vendors in Kerala alone in 2020, but it has increased now tremendously. Of course, these vendors and the fabricators are spread throughout India. So Kerala, mainly it is concentrating in Trivandrum and Kochi, and that also our contribution to the space segment activities are relatively minuscule for the time being, purely because we don't take up any precision fabrication and as well as this high-end fabrication, especially for rocket motor cases and other aspects, because there the machining facilities and other associated facilities are very costly, and because now the way the rocket technology is moving in India, now we earlier started with 1 meter, now 2.8 meter, 4 meter, now slowly moving to 5 meter category. So with respect to this type of diameter, machining and the milling, it's extremely difficult because the cost of the machines are very high. Practically in Kerala, there are no machineries beyond 1.5 meter, based on my understanding. Maximum somewhere 2 meter class may be there. It is also not there. Another important point is, see, the value addition in manufacturing lies in the precision manufacturing for control components. So this area also, Kerala has a deficiency, though there are certain small segments which is doing certain activities. As a total finished product, Kerala still lacks in this domain. Now similarly, this is with respect to space, what is the target government has set. And similarly in the case of defense also, you can see the budget projections are increasing year by year. But the most important point is, with respect to defense, the biggest advantage is, now Government of India has released a negative list, which you cannot import. And then the most important thing is, who is interested in this business, they have to work a lot. See, when you go to Defense Expo, there are QR codes presented in every, whether it is Army or Navy or aircraft segment. There are products mentioned with the details where they want indigenization of that product. But the biggest problem is you have to invest and prove yourself. Then only you will get orders. So there are very good opportunities in the area of defense because the negative list where import is banned is increasing day by day, and one has to look for this. But if Kerala is to have a standing in this, the most important thing is design capability, especially in the microwave area, because if you say satellite and defense, the most of the domains with respect to the design capability, analytics, analysis, and simulation capabilities in microwave field is very essential to have in this segment. Of course, the exports to defense has considerably increased over the years. So this is only a statistics, and I have, of course, this particular. See, I have shown this particular area where these exports are targeted. Now let us come to avionics portion. Now because Trivandrum is a land of launch vehicles, so I will start with this. If you look at this present launch vehicles which is under use, of course GSLV is going to be phased out. If you look at the PSLV, the overall cost of the vehicle is pegged around 200 to 220 crores. Mark 3 is pegged around 450 crores. And of course, the SSLV is somewhere between 45 to 50 crores, the total launch vehicle cost. But if you look at the overall cost of the vehicle and the avionics portion of it, is hardly 5%. So, but we cannot take avionics alone in that segment. See, what need to understand is avionics, control and integration. Put together, this will form around 15% of the overall cost of the vehicle. So, now I will touch upon only the avionics portion, though we may say 5%, with as now stated by ATL chief earlier in an earlier speech, the number of launch vehicles are going to be increased. But the most important point is, now ISRO is giving out all these things to private industries. PSLV is already given to HAL L&D consortium. And similarly, SSLV now is going to be leased out. I understand HAL has won the bid today. So now, the problem, if an industry or ecosystem has to sustain in Kerala, we need accreditation from these industries that the industries in Kerala can do this. So that will come from ISRO only. So ISRO has to accredit the industries in Kerala that such and such activities we are authorized to take it. So this is very important because it is not only for here. See, when it comes to defense also, the same issues are there. See, now, we may, unless we start our activities of collaborating with the defense department in the earlier phase itself, it is extremely difficult to enter in between after the development is over. Now, for instance, if you take defense missiles or defense missile programs, the production agency is BDL. Of course, BDL will act on the advice of the DRDO agencies. They are told who are your approved vendors. So they can send inquiries to that only. So if you go in between ask for a slot there to enter, it's extremely difficult. So similarly is the case of avionics for aircrafts also. So whomsoever wants to get into this field, the accreditation by the concerned agencies is a must. So without that, our opportunities also will be limited. So if you look at the avionics, see definitely it is not simple avionics in the sense it starts with the power. Of course, power electronics, a lot of opportunities are there. The navigation, the most difficult portion in this whole segment to manufacture, and numbers are very less. Then guidance, computers, processors, then control systems and control system electronics, telemetry system, tracking and telecommand. So if you look at the avionics spectrum, with respect to the number of packages and the revenue in the avionics itself, it will be mostly telemetry. Of course, navigation will be a very costly affair, but with respect to the other devices, it will be telemetry. But when it comes to satellite, the avionics content is on a larger side, and so it will be around 40%, it will be there. But there the most important thing is our knowledge on microwave engineering, because there it is mostly microwave engineering and other aspects. And with respect to launch vehicle and satellite electronics, there are obviously a lot of differences, because as you know, satellite electronics has to survive its life cycle of at least 15 years. So with respect to that in angle, so the reliability, the testing requirements, as well as the components, quality of components used in this, they all vary. So the agencies who are in this business should be fully aware of this particular thing and the risk involved in taking up this work, because ultimately the reliability of the products are very important. The boiler Lavinia. അടുത്തൊരു തോന്നല്ലോ. See, if you look at the defense avionics side, of course the requirements are very large, and also with respect to the business point of view, it is always better to address the defense production, because there the margins are slightly on the higher side. And nowadays, of course, the UAV drones, they are in the limelight. Of course, in Kerala, there are not many companies making this, especially it is not just the UAV and drones. The sensor systems and the camera systems used in that, in the applications, they are all important. Then most important thing is the secure communication area and the surveillance radar systems. So these are the areas where huge opportunities are there, but they are all high-end devices, which needs to be, of course, a lot of expertise is required with this. So the most important thing is, when we talk about creating an ecosystem for defense or avionics, so there should be a design center who can design and simulate and make sure the systems will work, and convince the authorities that we are the right vendors. Either പ്രശ്നമാണല്ലോ. ഇത് വാങ്ങാവുന്നതാണോ? ഒന്നുകൂടെ ബൂട്ടിയിട്ട് ചെയ്യ്. Of course, when we talk about avionics, whatever is used in the aerospace segment is called avionics, electronic systems. But there are some factors which differentiate between conventional or industrial electronics and avionics. Of course, there are many of you are knowing all these terminologies. The most important thing is acoustics, because as a rocket takes off, as well as when it passes through the transonic regime, it is subjected to heavy acoustics field, which results in random vibrations, very heavy random vibrations. So this needs to be tested. Of course, the acoustic test facility is a very costly affair, and it cannot be built everywhere. So we have to depend on national laboratories only for this test. Then, of course, the thermal management, thermal cycling, all those things, it are possible. Then when it comes to vibration, see, there are different types of vibration tests possible. If it is a small components, you need only a 3-ton to 5-ton shaker, depending upon the level. But of course, for defense needs, the vibration requirements are different, and it requires a long duration test. Whereas if you want to test a big assembly, then you need a bigger vibration shaker, which is very costly, 32-ton or 16-ton shaker. Then when it comes to satellite environment, the systems are totally different, especially with respect to radiation. It's totally a challenging task. As you may be knowing, Earth is surrounded by a big magnetic field. So in the zone between 3,000 kilometers to 30,000 kilometers, which is called Van Allen belt, where the electronic dosage, impingement of electrons are on the very high side, and a threat in every satellite when it is launched. And suppose now we are launching at 118 to 36,000 kilometers for a communication satellite. To make it 36,000 circular, it has to pass through this Van Allen belt at least 5 times for a communication satellite to reach the final orbit. So whenever it passes through this Van Allen belt, there is definitely, because the radiation effect because of the high electron dosage. So it's a nightmare for satellite builders to make sure all the components are protected effectively against this. And moreover, with respect to this Van Allen belt impact is felt in it's called South Atlantic anomaly. So when you go for low inclination launches, up to maybe around 10 degrees launch, this is over the area of South American countries, the magnetic field and the electron dosages are very high. So whenever the satellites pass through those regions, especially for scientific missions, we always go for low inclination orbits. So when in the low inclination orbits, there are different issues with respect to so many of the camera. So normally in satellite operations, what is done is, whenever it passes through the low inclination orbits, whenever it passes through areas of Brazil and South Atlantic anomaly area, is critical payloads are shut down. So the people who are involved in this business, they should be fully aware of this radiation protection mechanism, radiation calculations, and moreover in its service life of satellite for 15 years, what is the total ionizing dose the satellite will encounter and the shielding theory possibilities. These are important with respect to the satellite building. So a thorough understanding of the radiation field is very, very important. So of course, many things maybe the technology transfer people will tell, but unless you have a very clear idea and modeling systems for this type of things, protection will be extremely difficult. And because you may have heard in many news, see where are electric propulsion, for example, even many satellites using electric propulsion or ionic propulsion, orbit rising to geostationary orbits or to even moon mission has failed, mainly because it passes number of times these South Atlantic anomaly regions and creates issues. So there are differences between launch vehicle and satellite electronic systems. So the environments, the who is dealing, they should be aware of this. So when it comes to testing of avionics systems, of course, if you want to create an ecosystem for avionics manufacturing, at the 3 levels we have to address this point. The most important thing is supply chain management. Now the biggest problem what is going to be there with respect to the manufacturer is a small quantity of production things, and in small quantities you cannot buy high reliability components. So it will be extremely costly. So in Spacepark, if you are creating an ecosystem, there should be a procurement agency. If there are some set of manufacturers who are there, there should be a procurement agency who will procure these items in bulk and have a bonded store, and then they have to create a screening facility within the system and supply to all the small manufacturers who are doing this work. Otherwise, if individually everybody start addressing this issue, you will not reach anywhere, and it is not practical. So now, because ISRO is supplying all the screened parts to us, we are very happy. But now, in the years to come, ISRO also has taken a stand that they want the people with end-to-end production capabilities. So it means we have to start from supply chain management and component level screening facility. It is not, of course, there are some component level screening facilities in Trivandrum by companies, but when it comes to high-end devices like FPGAs or processors, it is not feasible because one equipment itself will cost 10 crores, 15 crores. And the test jig itself will cost lakhs. So this is the one area, because when Spacepark is to address the manufacturing of avionics packages, this point needs to be addressed. Then of course the most important thing is if it is an end-to-end production with a new package, the qualification test is required. For a launch vehicle and defense, the qualification tests are totally different. So with respect to this qualification test, whatever is required with respect to the thermal vibration. See, now the lacuna in Kerala with respect to testing centers. See, first of all, we don't have a proper PCB fabrication facility in Kerala. Multi-layer PCB fabrication facility is zero now. Earlier there was some ITA Palakkad making this, they have stopped it. So we have to depend heavily on outsiders for multi-layer fabrication facility. The second one is electromagnetic compatibility. electromagnetic compatibility testing, we need anechoic chamber. Of course, the size of the anechoic chamber and the requirements varies depending upon the application. Suppose you want to know in the present day testing demands for defense and satellites up to 40 gigahertz almost. So a receiver of 40 gigahertz will itself cost you 8 to 10 crores. So now in Kerala, except in of course the ISRO centers, there is no anechoic chamber. So now this is a complaint made by Kerala industrialists to the government of Kerala that whether it is defense or in space, if you want, of course in defense it is called NABL accreditation laboratories. If you want to create an NABL accredited laboratories, there is no system here in Kerala. So this is how the most important thing is, we have to create an ecosystem for a NABL accreditation with respect to total end-to-end testing for both, especially for defense. Of course, space, the nomenclatures are different. They don't ask for NABL accreditation because they have their own methodology. But the most important point is Kerala lacks basically in certain facilities which is abundant in Bangalore and Hyderabad. And of course, to some extent in Chennai. That is why those areas are thriving. Because especially in Bangalore, so many are there. With respect to these facilities, in Hyderabad also it is coming in a big way. So the most important thing is, as I mentioned to you, component storage facilities, screening facility, PCB fabrication facilities. Of course, the ESDS, that is the electronic system developed, the whole reflow facilities, there are a number of them here, everywhere it is there. But there also, the most important point is with respect to whether we have systems where everything can be, every type of PCB can be assembled, the answer is no. Say with respect to, suppose 4 mil thickness, it is there. 2 mil, there are some limitations. But high-end devices. So then of course subsystem testing lab, QC inspection facilities, AutoCAD, software development and testing facilities, then package level testing facilities. So these are the overall facilities encompassing, and it is kept, and this is available at a centralized place so that the fabricators can use these facilities by giving a fees. That is the ideal thing. So government of Kerala, in its last budget, they have allotted for an NABL accredited labs for commercial and industries because there have been a lot of complaints, and they have authorized Keltron to build a NABL accredited lab. Now we have given a proposal to government at a cost of 45 crores initially, out of which 20 crores will be allotted this year. We have submitted a DPR, we are expecting some funds out of it. So, but still, if Spacepark is going to come in a big way, this has to be on a bigger scale overall way. Of course, if you talk about space, environmental test, thermal cycling, radiation test, I am not going to details. This acoustics, it is not possible to build a facility. That is, we have to use only outside, especially now. We have, of course, in Trivandrum, the same facility what is there in Bangalore has come up, so BSS is available, so we can make use of that. So these are the general tests done under EMA, EMC. See, when the most important point is, when an anechoic chamber or EMA, EMC test is available, nowadays for all the industrial and commercial products also, so if you buy a Chinese toy from USA, it will be returned, certified as per CE emission norms, like that it will be returned. In India, nothing is there. It will be fully emission. So, it is slowly coming in BSI, now BSI certification norms. All the industrial products have to be EMI tested, and some standards have to be met with respect to susceptibility and the susceptibility as well as emission standards. So once you build a facility, it can be used for industrial purposes certification also. So these are the pictures of course, vibration test, thermal test chamber, shock chamber, climatic, some of them are available in Keltron. Keltron Phyton Shaker is there, and all the thermal test facilities are available. And of course, it is available elsewhere also. But these are the test facilities which are required for defense, which don't require for space. Of course, the corrosion test machine, rain testing. This is very important with respect to IP 6555 standards. Dust testing machines, halt and harsh chamber, a bomb test machine. Of course, very high strategic applications, even earthquake facilities. See, even this, of course, see, it is not to say that everything can be made in Kerala and then we can depend, because there are some tests required only for qualification tests. There are some tests required only for qualification tests. That we need not concentrate, because that can be done outside Kerala. It's not a big issue. But when it comes to production level, whatever is required needs to be there inside the state at the centralized place. So of course now, with respect to Keltron in space electronics, we have been servicing, of course, ATL is a very big player. So in the space electronics and the defense area. So now Keltron also has a clean room and production facilities for both the satellite and VSSC products, as well as we have now started making missile defense electronics also. We have a clean room and the ISRO production floor with almost 100 trained technicians and inspectors. So most important thing is, of course, Keltron is the accredited agency of VSSC for training the technicians and inspectors for the whole electronic fabrication techniques. So here, as on date, we have trained almost 295 technicians and 110 inspectors. 40th batch is now on. So this is actually a very good, prestigious work for us now from ISRO. Of course, now as you all know that it is said that with respect to defense industry, almost 65 to 70% of the revenue is in aircrafts systems. So 2 days back, I was listening to a lecture, so wherein told even in the AI domain, 80% of the value addition and revenues in the military section, not in commercial section. So whether it is in the software of AI domain, and so if we are to have a real ecosystem inside Kerala with respect to defense needs, the aviation industry we have to target. But it's an extremely difficult process, let me tell you, to get into that. Now, of course, we have to, because everybody looks for end-to-end production capabilities and certification. Of course, Keltron is very strong in underwater domain systems thanks to NPOL in Kochi, where we have been associated with Keltron for almost the last 25-30 years. So because of that, now with respect to underwater domain of the naval systems, Keltron has its own standing, especially there are 2-3 units called electromagnetic log, echo sounder and RF transmission unit. So this is a proprietary item of Keltron in Indian Navy. Every naval ship has this. So this is one thing, and of course now we are very strong in, we assimilated the technology with respect to sonar array systems, underwater sonar array systems. Even the recent Arnala yesterday, which was launched yesterday, this submarine warship, we have the marriage array systems developed by NPOL, which is fabricated at Keltron. So now, all underwater array systems need acoustic hydrophones. So Keltron is, only there are two companies. One is Bar Electronics and Keltron Electroceramics at Kuttipuram. We make the acoustic hydrophones, and which is used in all the array systems. So Keltron has a strong presence in this area of underwater domain for Indian Navy, but we are slightly catching up with the avionics also. Now we have got now accreditation from HAL. So now we are on the lookout for more opportunities with respect to that. Definitely we'll get it. So to conclude, creating an ecosystem for avionics manufacturing, of course the most important thing is the EDSM ESDM facility to meet both space and defense requirements. And as I suggested, from the supply chain, end-to-end production capabilities are required. And at least whatever for production-related test facilities and environmental tests has to be there in ecosystem. But to expect each individual company to invest in this, it is impossible. So there should be a facilitator for that. The most important thing is the trained manpower, because certification levels for space, defense, they are all different. And added to that, unless customer accreditation comes, nothing is possible. So the customer accreditation is a big process. So it requires a lot of hard work and background work to get into that. So with this I stop. Thank you very much. So, and I wish the very best for KSpace in their endeavors, and I am sure in future Keltron will be a party to it when it is operational. Thank you.
Thank you for your exciting words, sir. Now I take the opportunity to invite Mr. Muralidhar Maningal, sir, CEO of ICT Academy, to kindly felicitate N. Narayan Murthy, sir, with a token of appreciation. With that, we move on to our next speaker. I now invite Shri Anthony Joseph, Managing Director, BrahMos Aerospace Tremendum Limited, to share their thoughts on opportunity in the defense sector boosted by Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India. Sir, over to you.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you very much to KSpace CEO and the team for giving us opportunity to present about opportunity in defense boosted by Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India initiative. I am Anthony Joseph, Managing Director, Brahmos Aerospace Thiruvananthapuram Limited. Vikasit Bharat in 2047, it is a very high order dream for India, because to by 100 years when you celebrate the independence, we should become a developed country. That is a motto and that is a vision for our leaders are given, and it is a vision of very high order. And for that one, we have to really work very hard, and because it's only approximately 22 years away from now, but we have to do a lot of work for that one. And that also gives a lot of opportunity for our Indian industries, especially in the defense sector. And that is an opportunity we should utilize, and we should reach our mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat by 2047. And if you see major initiative in this area where our work should be, or the development should be mainly in the economy, where the quantum jump, not the incremental changes are required, and the infrastructure, which is also now we can see that the way we are developing, but we have to take the pace, system, technology driven, vibrant demography, because we have got our greatest strength is our young talent or the population. Earlier we used to feel that when the population growth is a disadvantage. What I feel is world over, if you look at that one, the population, especially the younger generation, which is going to be a strength for us to become a Atmanirbhar Bharat in 2047. And full of utilization of power and demand on supply, all these things we should concentrate so that we can reach our goal without much difficulty. But now I will be concentrating more towards the defense side, and especially the rockets or the missiles. And if you look at the brief history of how the rockets developed, we can see they started from maybe 100 BC. Then we have taken a lot of time. Even you can see the 1232 in Chinese fire arrow, then 1650 Polish stage rocket, and the way the slow development, what you have seen in 1780 Tipu Sultan, or we are Indian, we have also used some principles, and later on Britishers developed it and made it better. And if you see beyond that one, it's a various stages of development, rocket development has started, but especially in the 18th and 19th century it was taken place. And we can see the Siliosky is the dream of earth and sky, and his rocket models were very popular, and based on that one it's already developed. And we can see during the Second World War, where maybe by the end of the Second World War, we are seeing the V2 rockets, which has really created or made the beginning of the present day aerospace or defense or rocketry, and all these things we can see that one. In 1942, even after the end of the World War, Russians and Americans were competing in this area, and the V2 things are moved to US, and we can see later on what we have seen, we could reach up to in 1955 Soviet development. Later on what we are seeing is this Explorer in 1958. In 1962, Atlas taking American into space. Then we can see the Saturn taking American, we are taken to moon. And later on, we can see the reusable rockets, all those things which gives the way how it has evolved. And now coming to in this, maybe around after the independence, we also started concentrating on the rockets and the missiles. And in India, basically we can say the father of missile development actually is none other than our Dr. Abdul Kalam. He was the first, he was the project director for SLV-3. After successful development of SLV-3, he moved to, we can say, the DRDL with the IGNDP program, Integrated Guided Missile Development. Started with the 5 missiles, that is Prithvi, Agash, Trishul, Nag and Agni. Later on, what you have seen is the tremendous development in different fields in the missile area. Now we have become almost self-sufficient, that we could see in the Operation Sindoor also how we could utilize this, what our development. And the missile programs, Prithvi, in every surface to surface, small range started with, then later on, now we can see in whatever we started, we are developed in a multi-way. That is what I will be able to show, just a glimpse of that one. And Agni program, which started as a technology demonstrator, later on we have gone with the various ranges up to, maybe we can up to 6,000 kilometer, various sizes we have seen. And Agash, which we have seen as a surface to air, which we could really utilize in our Sindoor mission. And Nag, which is an anti-tank capability based on which this also successfully deployed. Then the other, based on this, the various missile systems were developed in the strategic field, Prithvi series, Agni series, these are all strategic sector. Even, you know, we have done in the underwater launch, submarine launch series also in the K series, different types of missiles with up to 5,000 kilometer range. And the cruise missile BrahMos, that we have already, where we could see in the last Sindoor, the precision hitting, we demonstrated that. We used to see during our trials also, even 300 kilometers away, even 1 meter by 1 window, we should precisely, we used to able to hit that one. That accuracy really helped us to demonstrate our strength during our recent war. And based on which Nirbhay, various hypersonic missiles, basically I'm showing all these things. These are all the things which the IGNDP program started, and we developed on this. And now if you look at that one, in every area, the missile system, we can say almost like we are self-sufficient. Even we are going ahead with even much better way. And air-to-air missile, tactical missiles, various things, including we have recently demonstrated the anti-satellite mission. That also we can see here. And other Aga series also taken in various, this one QR-SAM, multiple rocket launch, Pinaka series. Then all other missiles. Basically, there is no end, because why I am just showing this one, these are the way we developed based upon what the seed given by Dr. Abdul Kalam and the way we are gone. That means we have got the capability. Even I have no doubt that even by 2047 we can reach the Atmanirbhar Bharat or the developed country as India. That is a mission, but we have to work, and that gives a lot of opportunities also. Then coming to the defense industry, it is, so far we have developed in the private and the government sector, but the advantage or the success of missile area, what you have seen, the participation of the Indian industry, that was a bigger strength what you have seen, and that has given a lot of opportunity for defense industry. It is not the public sector or the government alone. The entire industry in our India, private players are also gone the big way. That is why we could achieve these things. So that gives the opportunity also. Even the civil aviation sector also, if we look at that one, we have got now the requirements are so large. Even when 5 to 10 years waiting period is there, could get an aircraft. But it may not be prudent to say that when we will make an aircraft directly, but we can involve in the development of or the manufacturing of the components. That is the one which we can help. There we definitely will be party to that one. And integrating various industries in India, that is what we have seen. That is what we have seen in the development or successful of missile programs, what you have seen. Because the participation of various industries, small and medium scale industries, everybody all over India, that gives a lot of opportunity. And smart manufacturing is one area which the current development, what is micro machining, automated process and design and simulation, AI, automation, robotics, additive manufacturing, flexible manufacturing system, all really the new technologies are driving. Automation will take away man or the man's opportunities. That is why the Industrialization 5, that is human-machine synergy. So whatever you develop, you should equip the human so that we can really develop the human people. Otherwise, the fear of automation or taking away job, I think it should not be there. That is why Industrialization 5, which coupled with that one, which will definitely be helpful to us. So the opportunities in defense sector, I would like to give a small one case study, which I would definitely with the BrahMos weapon system. So what if you see that one, the BrahMos which is started, this can be launched from all the 4 platforms, means land, air, ship, and the submarines also. We demonstrated in all the things. What you are seeing is a multiple trajectory and a very accurate missile, which we demonstrated. So that is a success of this one because of this development or the missile making. Basically what you have seen that all over the India, various agencies involved in this and lot of what you are saying, the opportunity given the wealth generation, because the requirement of BrahMos is not alone in our defense, army, navy and air force, but we are able to export also. That means that a lot of potential is there. That's what we have seen. And all the industry, what we have seen, which need to, now the numbers are maybe after the last Operation Sindoor, the requirements are become even more higher. So coming to the BATL, that is a subsidiary of BrahMos Aerospace Private Limited. Now we are calling BATL, you know very well that one. It was started in 1992 as a Caltech, were mostly involved in the manufacturing of components for supporting ISRO. In 2008, we have attached to the BrahMos as a subsidiary, BrahMos Aerospace. Now it is called BrahMos Aerospace Thiruvananthapuram Limited. Our aim is basically establish such a world-class manufacturing unit with the aim of achieving self-reliance in manufacturing and system integration of strategic hardware and the systems for aerospace, defense and nuclear sectors. Because all our activities involve around 50% activity mainly for the ISRO, then for BrahMos around 35%, and we are making other DRDO and nuclear side also. That anyway, our major strength is our people, around 900 people are there, and infrastructure we have got around 22 acres near the airport, and we are asked the government of Kerala to give an additional space where we were planning to expand our facility, maybe possible towards the missile production side also. And government is actively considering that one. And skilled manpower, and the one advantage that I found in Kerala, that one we have got a excellent manpower or the skilled manpower, that facility, that opportunity actually we only utilize that one. That anyway we have seen, I was 30 years experience in DRDO as a missile development, but when I came to Trivandrum, I have seen the way we could convert the efficiency of the people. What we have seen is much better. I think that is the one positive thing we should utilize and develop for our state. Then coming to various other quality management systems, we have that AS 9001, then trained certified QC personnel, internal audits at regular intervals which we are doing. Then we are in state of in-house calibration and capability at in par with IS 170 standards. Actually we are going for NADCAP and NABL accreditation, and because we wanted to become not mainly in India, we wanted to become a global player in different ways. That is our aim. So for that purpose we are in this one. And we have got a very it's a precision manufacturing, more than 100 state-of-the-art CNC machines are there with our place. Then the fabrication shop where we can see all the tankages we used to make that for ISRO, gas bottles. These are the major source of This one, assembly and integration, we have got a class 10,000 and 1 lakh class where we can do the assembly mainly for the ISRO as well as the BrahMos activities are happening here. Then various machine facilities, heavy engineering, precision shop, assembly and integration, water jet cutting, metal forming facility, and a 10 ton class, 10,000 cleaning room, even 1,000 ton press also there, forming facility. Then the electron beam building, that is also one of our strengths. The welding is another area which all type of welding facilities are there, surface treatment, vacuum furnace. Then other area which in the space which we can see, we can see this gives the complete picture about what are the areas which we are involved in the space. We can see whatever listed here, these are the components which we have made for space. And these are the important products which are shown. See, the semi-cryo, even the Vigas engine, almost 48 to 50 Vigas engines we have made so far. Then various tankages, various gas bottles, all those things are this one. Coming to the defense, for the GTRE, for nearby class of missiles, that's a small turbofan engine, which we are the DCPP, Development and Production Partner. We have made around 35 engines, order is there. Other things are already 10 engines, 15 engines are already delivered. Then these are the various components of the engine. Then the other defense activities, various, basically for the BrahMos F3 integration, then all BrahMos we have got various type of even booster motor, that is mechanical integration components, various components, containers, canister, even we are exporting canisters to Rafael, where the Israel finally it is coming to the Indian Defense Forces. That is also one of the business big area for us. The defense sector airborne launcher, which is for the BrahMos, plus then the motor cases, all type of motor cases for the underwater and other missile systems. Then when I say coming to the Kerala initiative, what I feel, we have got a tremendous opportunity because we have got a lot of natural, I think as Dr. Subbarao told, we have got everything in plenty. But only thing is we have to utilize that one. That is what I feel. We have got, because I have seen Kerala last 30, 40 years from outside Kerala. And if you look at every state has developed or gone much better way than where we are around 30 years back. That means we have got everything, but still we are lacking something. That is the one thing about I feel that we should bridge the gap, and tremendous opportunities are there because we are going towards the 2047, the way when you have become a developed country, definitely long way to go and lot of opportunities. And I feel Kerala will utilize that one. Now I am also part of that one, so because I come back to Kerala, so I wish you all the best to achieve this. I think these are the various things we have got. We know everybody knows that one, what is our strength and weaknesses. Let us concentrate on that one and try to achieve a better and Kerala. I think developed, part of the developed India in 2047, we should be contributing in a much bigger way. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you for your encouraging words, sir. With this, I have the honor of inviting Mr. Shiva Subramani, sir, Deputy Director, IISU, to kindly felicitate Anthony Joseph, sir, with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Continuing with the session, I am pleased to welcome Mr. Sanjeev Nair, CEO of Technopark, to address us on KDIS, a bold initiative to develop opportunities in the defense sector. May I now invite sir to kindly take the stage.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So first and foremost, let me congratulate the entire fraternity of KSpace for a fantabulous launch today. So kudos to you all. Secondly, being the last speaker has got, for the day, has got a terrific disadvantage because it's very difficult to ensure, the audience engagement at this point of the time. But still, I feel I'll make it a little more interesting and I'll be completing my presentation on time. So, my role is to give you an insight about Kerala Defence Innovation Zone, why it was thought about. So, as Chairman Keltron also was mentioning about the statistics as far as defense production is concerned. As on date, we are at a stage of 1.3 lakh crores, which is aimed to increase up to 3 lakh crores in 2030. And if we look at the journey of the complete innovation perspective, there is a lot of involvement from the private industries. So that is what it is seen. Now, if you look at the total number of industries which are there are about 16 PSUs which are there, more than 400 licensed companies which are involved in defense, and almost 16,000 MSMEs, which include startups as well. So that's how the concept of Atmanirbharta is increasing, because earlier it was around, defense was having almost 70% imports. It is slowly declining. And as Chairman Keltron was also mentioning about the negative list, or we can even call it as the positive indigenization list. We have seen 5 lists coming up, more than 500 items. As far as services is concerned, it is getting into that negative import list. Similarly, for DPSUs, it is crossing around 5,000 items. So that indicates that is opportunity for our own companies within India, be it major defense players, MSMEs, startups, all inclusive. Now, when we talk about defense innovations, it is something like we need to achieve three aspects in that. First, it has to impact the operational capability of armed forces. Second, it should be cost effective. And the third aspect is it should ensure strategic advantage. So these are the 3 pillars based upon we look for defense innovations. And there are national level schemes like IDEX, Innovation for Defense Excellence, which is initiated by Department of Defense Production. And similarly, we have got an arm from DRDO as well, which is called as, that initiative is called as Technological Development Fund. So these are the 2 arms from MOD at the national level, which looks in for innovations in defense. So why we thought about Kerala Defense Innovation Zone? As we all know, everybody were mentioning the strength of Kerala. When we talk about Kerala, I have just summarized a few points in a nutshell. It is the most digitally empowered state in India. There's no doubt about it. Even I have done my entire schooling, education outside Kerala. After that, I was in the army, and then I was with IDEX, and this is my first stint in Kerala. For me also, it is like discovering Kerala in totally different way. It has got terrific strength. A very thriving startup ecosystem. It is one of the high-performing startup ecosystem that we have under Kerala Startup Mission. Secondly, when we talk about the digital ecosystem, cutting-edge digital ecosystem, and I always say that Kerala is like an enlarged city. It has got a state-centric model, unlike other states, which is more city-centric. So you have got parks across the state. You've got a park in Trivandrum, Kochi, Calicut, and one more park is going to come up in Kannur. And we in fact, breathe IT and tourism. These are the 2 aspects that we feel that it's, already there in our blood. Excellent talent pool of innovators. World-class academic institutions, national level institutes as well as state level institutes. And sound e-governance. It's a terrific package to get aligned towards defense and aerospace innovations. But the only thing lacking, which I found that was lacking, was basically the visibility into defense and aerospace. And that's the exact reason why we thought about an entity to be created like Kerala Defense Innovation Zone. And the advantages are given in the second box. It's basically to reap the benefits of schemes like IDEX, TDF under MOD. Second aspect is awareness of our own armed forces and their challenges. If you look at Kerala, Kerala has got presence of Army, Air Force and Navy. We have got one of the specialized amphibious brigade in Trivandrum. We have got Southern Air Command in Trivandrum. We have got Southern Naval Command in Kochi. And there is a proposal for a maritime theatre command which is also going to come up in Trivandrum. So imagine the strategic importance of our state. Second, third aspect that I was mentioning is, collaboration instead of compete. This is from my experience in IDEX also. When this particular concept of IDEX came to promote startups, within the defense PSUs, they started feeling that there is a competition. It took some time to make them believe that, when startups are coming, they are going to become your collaborators, not your competitors. Slowly, they changed their state of mind, and slowly, even DPSUs started giving challenges under IDEX scheme. Fourth aspect is to develop an industry, academia, and armed forces connect at the state level. As I mentioned, we have got a terrific industry component, digitally empowered industry component. We have presence of wonderful academia, and as you mentioned earlier, we have got all the elements of armed forces. Even there is Indian Coast Guard as well. The last point is the most important aspect. When you talk about Kerala, we feel that, okay, there are not many, defense industries inside Kerala. But this particular aspect of, promoting innovations and building up a strong startup ecosystem which is focusing towards defense and aerospace, it is going to give a lot of traction for defense industries to think about Kerala as a destination. Now, how it all started. It slowly started brewing from the year 2023. We had the first outreach session of Defense India Startup Challenge Series number 9 under IDEX scheme. We organized in Technopark, wherein Technopark and Startup Mission together, we had invited the brigade commander of Pangod Military Brigade to Technopark. We gave an outreach session on DISC 9. That gave a little bit of visibility to the startups, those who attended that session on that day. So that was in March 2023. Second, same year, October, we had the Huddle Global event. We had an outreach session on the 10th edition of Defense India Startup Challenge under IDEX scheme. At that time, we had involvement from Southern Air Command as well. And in fact, we had invited 1 or 2 startups that are, winners under IDEX scheme. So that was the second point. The third aspect was last year on 8th of March, we took the industry and startups inside the armed forces premises. So we had an event called as Southern Star Army Academia Industry Interface. This is a particular program being initiated by Southern Command at Pune, and the brigade here in Pangod is part of that particular command. So we had an event like this. So in fact, on that day, we gave an outreach session on IDEX, TDF, even the startups which were there in Kerala, they also had pitched up in that exhibition hall which was set up there. It gave a lot of visibility. In fact, I still remember the visitors out there, they even, there were a lot of guns and arms being kept there for the display, on display. So that it gives a lot of visibility to people that, okay, this is a place, don't be in the awe of uniform. It is a place which is going to give you opportunities. In fact, defense and aerospace is one segment which needs a lot of help because we need to reduce the quantum of imports that we are undertaking now. And the final thing that was during the last Huddle Global event when we officially launched Kerala Defense Innovation Zone. And we had 3 MOUs being exchanged at that point of time. We had exchanged MOU with DRDO for the TDF scheme. We had an MOU exchange with IDEX. And the third MOU was between Startup Mission and Technopark because together we felt that, okay, let us raise this ecosystem. rather than depending upon government funds, let us come together and create an ecosystem which will do a lot of mapping to bring all stakeholders together. So this is in a nutshell how we are thinking about Kerala Defence Innovation Zone under Startup Mission. KDIS is going to be a facilitator. And what you see on the outer circle, they are the stakeholders which are going to be involved. The first and foremost is Kerala's startups, individual innovators, small and medium enterprises. They are going to be the biggest beneficiary. So they will get connected to KDIS. Second would be IDEX and TDF. Already the MOU has been exchanged, so we have got a limb towards the national level schemes. Third aspect is Kerala-based industry, be it the companies within the industrial park, IT parks, the PSUs, our own state-based PSUs like Keltron, MSMEs, they are all going to become collaborators. These startups, if they need, if they are going to develop a prototype and at some point of time they have to productionize, they have to scale up. Possibly the industries can help them out. The next part is the academia part. As I mentioned, there are many outstanding institutions in our state, and there are many institutions which has got the TBIs aligned with them. So there is a small level of startups which are aligned with those TBIs. So that also will get connected. Obviously, KSpace. KSpace gives us an entry towards the space segment. The next part is think tank. When I talk about think tank, there are a lot of armed force basis think tanks like CLAWS, CENJOS, CAPS, IDSA. So these are basic think tanks from where we can have a lot of workshops being conducted through KDIS in Kerala for our own startup ecosystem and innovators. Kerala has got a wonderful pool of ex-servicemen in the state. They can be terrific consultants for startups if they are looking towards, defense and aerospace as one opportunity. You have to just pick up one consultant, that person will make you oriented how to target this particular domain. Next is investors, which will be through Startup Mission itself. Armed Forces, I've already mentioned, we have got a wonderful presence of all the three services here in Kerala. So even if you want to know the user perspective, because it's very, very important to know the user perspective, because you need to know at the end of the day for whom you are making the equipment. That is the most important aspect. So that is one pillar. On the other side, you have got the startups. So startups are like the technology watchtower. And here you have got the operational requirements. So that mapping can only happen when everything works in a synergized way. Just a word about TDF and IDEX, which is very, very important because these are the main two arms which drives innovations as far as defense and aerospace is concerned. Look at the schemes like TDF. Benefits, it gives a funding of around 50 crores and it's a grant to MSMEs, startups. There are challenges launched by them. As you can see, the total projects awarded is 80, out of which there are only 3 startups from Kerala. They do a lot of terrific hand-holding by experienced scientists of DRDO, provide lab access, testing infrastructure, certification support. The fund part is just the tip of the iceberg. The remaining are the intangible benefits to support the MSMEs and startups. So that is as far as TDF is concerned, which is front-ended by DRDO. Second is the IDEX framework. I was part of IDEX earlier. I was a program director there. Again, IDEX is promoted by another arm called as Department of Defense Protection. So they have got a grant which is called as Spark grant. So depending upon the intricacy of the challenge, there are three schemes there. One is the DISC challenge, Defense India Startup Challenge. Then they have got something called as IDEX Prime, wherein they give around 10 crores. And then there is a new scheme which has come up called as Aditi. So that gives around 25 crores. So again, funding part, important, but still, the other aspects what you see are the co-creation and co-development fabric, which is very, very important. Because IDEX ensures an agile program management. If you have got an idea, if you have got a proof of concept, you are given a time span of 24 months to do a rapid prototyping. And the prototype development is actually evaluated at each milestones. So there are about 6 milestones, and it is evaluated at each milestone. At each milestone, you get feedback from the nodal agency, the challenge owner, Army, Air Force, or Navy. In case you are deviating from any sort of design that you're doing, they will make that correction. So right from the start to end, there is an involvement of all the stakeholders involved. And who are the stakeholders? There is a concept of partner incubator in IDEX. It is from basically from the major institutes across the country, like all IITs, IISc, and there are private-based partner incubators also. As far as Kerala is concerned, there are only 2 partner incubators. One is Maker Village, and the second is NIT. So these are the 2 places where the partner incubator of IDEX is there. But with Kerala Defence Innovation Zone, it can be further mapped onto various other institutes. It gives a deeper penetration. So that's why we thought about Kerala Defence Innovation. And then there is a regular feedback from the nodal agency. Nodal agency is the challenge owner, Army, Air Force, Navy, from where you get frequent feedback. And then you get access to defense labs and QA agencies as you get in TDF. Support for testing and integration facilities, because the testing standards and everything is very, very high. When you talk about any airborne equipment, there is something called as a Similac clearance that is required. So all those things are facilitated by this ecosystem. So that is the advantage which is there. And the last part which says outreach and showcase opportunities. 2 major events conducted under MOD is Def Expo and Aero India. And in these 2 events, there is a pavilion which is called as India Pavilion. And in that India Pavilion, the most importance is given to the startups who are winners under IDEX scheme. They are given terrific visibility. And believe me, that is the only place where the Honorable Prime Minister also visits, because he also ensures that the startups have to be pepped up. So that is the level of importance given to startups who are into defense and aerospace, and that's the visibility being given to them. And similarly, whenever there is a foreign delegation that comes from outside, these startups from IDEX and TDF are again given a lot of visibility. So apart from the funding part, the remaining part is very, very important. And that's why I always promote this aspect whenever I interact with any of the startups, to latch onto these 2 schemes, IDEX and TDF. These are few snapshots which I wanted to just share. The first snapshot indicates the collaboration between Digital University Kerala and our own Pangod Brigade. It happened after S2, A2, I2, after that ice breaking. They both worked together for a drone-based mine detection system, and they got an award also. So that is the first snapshot that, how when you start, getting to know about the ecosystem, you will find a lot of collaborative prospects coming up. The second snapshot is of a startup called as Aero, which is incubated under Maker Village. In fact, the founders of Aero are poster boys for IDEX as well as TDF, because they are the only winners in both the schemes. They are into underwater ROVs. So they are the winners there. So, of course, KSpace was again in the news, though they are not based from Kerala, but the founder is a Malayali. Prophase, another startup which is based in Technopark, they were also in the news when Op Sindoor was done, as far as cyber security is concerned. And I want to take a minute for this particular slide. He is Jayesh Natarajan. He's somewhere here. Jayesh, you are there? Yeah, please rise and shine. So, he is an individual innovator. He's a mechanic, currently pursuing his engineering from CET. Passionate guy. He got a patent on a design which talks about twin magazine rifle. So his Innovation was even projected to the Honorable Raksha Mantri, and it has been even evaluated by Army Design Bureau. In fact, get his, particular actually meant for startups and individual innovators, the unsung heroes who are, having ideas, but who are not able to make inroads into defense and aerospace. Thank Hex 20 also, because when I put across this point that, okay, here is an innovator, he's looking for some sort of handholding. So he has been picked up by Hex 20 also. So that is how the ecosystem can, pump up people who are actually thinking seriously about defense and, defense and aerospace innovations. And this is my last slide. I think I'm, finishing it off on time. I always say that innovations in defense and aerospace is an ocean of opportunities. I want to give a comparison of, with when we talk about Israel, every individual has to go through military training. Terrific advantage, because those people, the moment they start becoming entrepreneurs, they have got an operational knowledge about armed forces. It's a terrific advantage. Possibly in India, it's a distant dream to realize. But one aspect which I can stress upon is that when we talk about defense innovations, any startup, any company which is there, they might be working in civil domain. Think about defense. We talk about corporate social responsibility. I would put it across in a different way. Think about corporate armed forces responsibility. Just think about that, okay, one particular thing I will design for armed forces. You will find the opportunities increasing. So that is how you have to align. And even for the academy, I want to just, just convey this message. When we are making a curriculum, try to bring in that defense studies and defense technologies as part of your curriculum. In that way, at least, you will be aligning the masses towards armed forces. Even if they don't, have a direct role, indirectly they are getting aligned with this particular stream of defense and aerospace. With that note, as the last word, which says, "Ye dil mange more," which is the statement given by Captain Vikram Batra, Paramveer Chakra. I don't relate it to Pepsi, but I relate it with him. So we have got handful of startups from Kerala which are into defense and aerospace, but ye dil mange more. We want more. And that's the reason exactly why Kerala Defense Innovation was thought about. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you for your motivating words, sir. Thank you, sirs. That brings day one to a close. We now invite you to enjoy soothing instrumental music followed by dinner. The program will begin in 15 to 20 minutes. Meanwhile, please feel free to enjoy snacks. Thank you for your gracious presence.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. വായിക്കുന്ന പാട്ടുകൾ മനസ്സിലാകുന്നുണ്ട് എന്ന് ഊഹിക്കുന്നു. ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻ്റിലാണ്, അതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. അടുത്തൊരു ഹിന്ദി പാട്ടാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വളരെ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട ഒരു സോങ്ങാണ്. നിങ്ങൾക്കും ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടും എന്ന് വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നു.
എല്ലാവർക്കും ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നുണ്ടെന്ന് വിചാരിക്കുന്നു. കുറച്ച് പേരൊക്കെ പാടുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു കേട്ടോ. താങ്ക് യു ഫോർ ദാറ്റ്. ഓക്കെ, അടുത്തത് നമ്മുടെ വയലിനെന്ന് കേൾക്കുമ്പോഴേ ഇപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഓർമ്മ വരുന്നൊരു മുഖമുണ്ട്, നമ്മുടെ ബാലുച്ചേൻ്റെ, ബാലഭാസ്കറിൻ്റെ അല്ലേ? റിപ്ലൈ തരാം കേട്ടോ എനിക്ക്. ഓക്കെ, 2-3 പേര് റിപ്ലൈ തരുന്നുണ്ട്. ശരി. അപ്പോൾ ബാലചേട്ടൻ ചെയ്തു വച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന കുറച്ച് ചെയിനുണ്ട് പാട്ടിൻ്റെ. നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട പാട്ടുകളാണ്, എല്ലാവർക്കും ഓൾ ടൈം ഫേവറേറ്റ് സോങ്സ് ആണ്. പഴയ ഹിന്ദി പാട്ടും ഹിന്ദി, തമിഴും മലയാളം എല്ലാം കൂടെ ചേർത്ത്. അപ്പോൾ അതൊന്ന് വായിക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടാൽ തീർച്ചയായും കൈയടിക്കണം.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This, we are wrapping our session. Thank you, team, for such a wonderful performance. I request everyone to join us at a dinner. Thank you. Good night.